So you should receive a message that says that we are recording the webinar. So did you guys see the message that says we are recording the webinar?
Yeah, got that.
Okay. So those of you that are online, you just have to accept the fact that we are recording the webinar. And the reason we are doing that is we've had several people tell us that they could not tune into the class from 12:30 to 4:30. So we are making a recording that people can view later. And this would also be helpful to you possibly if you want to go back and watch the recording at a later time to review parts of the presentation that maybe you didn't quite understand. So we would like to welcome you to the new pesticide private applicator training. And as mentioned before, my name is Mark Bodicher from Hardin County, and I'd like to have the other two speakers that are on our panel introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Denny Reithman. I'm Extension Educator at Mercer County, here in Mercer County.
Good afternoon. I'm Matt Schmergy. I'm the A&R Educator in Shelby County.
Thank you. And as mentioned, if you just now logging on, if you go down to the bottom of your screen, there is a chat box. And if you haven't already, please enter the county that you are from, where you reside. And you'll also notice if you move your mouse around the bottom of the screen, there is a question and answers box. So we will try to monitor that as well to be able to answer questions when time allows. So this presentation is quite long. So what we've done to kind of help with that is we have broken it up and we are going to alternate back and forth with different presenters to hopefully make it more enjoyable for you as a viewer. So I'm going to start off with module number 1, which talks about pesticides and principles of pest management. So it is important to understand well, I guess I'll start out. Pests are undesirable living organizations that can annoy, compete, and injure or sicken people, crops, or livestock. Correct identification of the pest is always the first step for effective control. First, establish the identity of the pest and determine whether it is potentially a threat to your crop. Some insects may be beneficial, and you do not want to eliminate those. Identifying the problem can be more difficult when the actual pest cannot be found. You may have to identify the problem from crop injury or from other signs of the pest, such as frass, webbing, eggs, leaf spots, blights, or decay. Understanding the life cycle biology of the pest helps you understand when the pest may appear, what environmental conditions make it more likely to appear, and when the pest is more susceptible to control. Farmers can get help with pest ID at their local extension offices or from many OSU extension publications that are available. Finding a few insects or feeding injury or leaf spots on your crop is not always a red flag because some injury may not be economically significant. A pest might be even a beneficial insect. For example, beneficial insects should be left alone. If the pest is a known crop pest, it still may not be necessary or feasible to manage the pest with pesticides. Some questions to ask yourself when deciding whether or not to act. Is the stage of the pest controllable? Is the pest currently affecting yields? If not, at what level will the pest be expected to affect yield? And will the cost of control exceed the potential loss from the pest? Action thresholds are levels of a pest population that require some action to prevent losses. Thresholds may be based on economic, health, or aesthetic considerations. Farmers are concerned with the economic thresholds, in other words, the point at where the cost of potential loss begins to exceed the cost of treatment. The action threshold is the level of population where you must take action to prevent economic losses. Action thresholds have been established for some crops and pests to help guide management decisions. Outside of agriculture, there may be quite different action thresholds. For example, where human health is threatened by a pest, the action threshold may be very low or zero. Zero will mean that no level of pest activity is tolerable. The economic threshold is when the pest population equals the threat of control. Pest management goals are related to action thresholds. As mentioned in the previous slide, you may have zero tolerance for a pest that is a serious health threat. The goal is to eradicate or completely eliminate that pest. In agriculture, suppression and prevention are the two most common pest management goals because if really possible, cost effective to control or eradicate a pest. In the next slide, we'll see an example of a threshold for a disease with a threshold of 10% foliar disease. In this example, a certain amount of disease is tolerated before action is taken. So the goal of suppression of the disease. With very devastating pests, experience may show very heavy economic losses from any amount of infestation. With preventative strategies, the farmer wagers that the potential losses from the pest are greater than the control costs and makes the application before or at the first sign of the pest. An important consideration with fungicides is that as a group, they perform much better when applied preventatively compared to curatively, which means after disease onset. So for many diseases, preventative control is the only good option. The farmer must rely on knowledge of past history and weather or cultural conditions that stimulate the disease and make the preventative application when experience suggests it is likely to occur. This is an example of a pest management threshold. It uses a visual rating based on the amount of disease observed per leaf. In this example, the threshold is 10% disease. As stated previously, fungicides have either no or limited curative capability, so action thresholds for disease may be low. Scouting for pests on a regular basis will help determine what pests are present. If an action threshold has been met and whether any action is needed, OSU Extension publishes information about thresholds for key crop pests. In addition, if you know your field has a history of a certain pest, you can likely predict what you will get that same pest again. This is why keeping good records is always very helpful. Scouting also is important after a pesticide application to determine whether or not it was effective. Furthermore, it is also the only way to detect whether your pest may be resistant to the pesticide that you are using. Traps, as seen here, are available for some types of pests. Others you may actively scout in the field. Monitoring local weather conditions is also useful for predicting pest problems and for making decisions about application timing. Many disease pathogens are highly dependent on weather conditions, and some may need to be treated preventatively if the weather conditions are conducive to disease. Diseases in general are much more likely to occur under wet conditions. In contrast, mite populations tend to peak under hot and dry conditions. Your knowledge of past history of pest infestations, when they occurred, and what conditions encouraged them will help you make informed management decisions. Over time, keeping good pest management records and assessing the effectiveness of each management action will help you make the best decisions, control pests effectively, and avoid unnecessary treatments. Managing pests in your crop is not just about applying pesticides. There is so much more to pest management. This is where integrated pest management, or IPM, comes in. IPM is using the best combination of appropriate strategies to reduce pest injury to an acceptable level while minimizing harm to humans, non-target organisms, and the environment. IPM strategies almost always include cultural controls. Cultural controls entails altering the environment so it is less favorable to the pest. This may include crop rotation, manipulating planting date, trapping crops, removing crop residues, etc. Biological control involves using a natural predator to control pests. Mechanical or physical control uses devices of physical barriers to manage or exclude pests. Examples are cultivation for weeds or using traps or screens. Chemical control or pesticides should be used in combination with these other tactics. The first step in IPM is always to properly identify the pest. There are many reasons why a pesticide application may fail. A pesticide application is not likely to provide good control if you have misidentified the pest or selected an inappropriate pesticide. Some may want to try to save money and use a lower dose of pesticide than the labeled rate. This is not only going to leave you with ineffective control, but also contributes to pesticide resistance. Timing is very important when dealing with pests. For example, if you miss the vulnerable stage of the pest, for example, an active feeding stage, you may have wasted the application. Another scenario which may appear that you have achieved poor control is that you did in fact control the pest population, but then another pest population has moved in, or the same pest might have came back. It is also possible that the pest you are trying to control has developed resistance to the pesticide you are using. As previously stated, it is very important to scout weeds after an application to detect any resistance. What is pesticide resistance? Pesticide resistance occurs in a pest population, one species, when a normally lethal dose of pesticide no longer controls that pest. Let's see how using the same pesticide or groups of pesticides with the same mode of action repeatedly in the same field allows this to happen in the next few slides. This slide shows a population of pests. In this example, a weed. The green plant represents the normal population that is susceptible to the pesticide. From time to time, by natural genetic mechanisms, an individual that is resistant to a pesticide or a pesticide mode of action appears in the pest population, and that would be the red plant. When the same pesticide or group of related chemistries with the same mode of action is used repeatedly, the normal, non-resistant type of pest, green, is killed off. The resistant types of pests, which are the red plants, have found a way to overcome the effects of the pesticide. The resistant pests will thrive and multiply because you have killed off the competition. In other words, the non-resistant types of plants. The mode of action is the way that the pesticide kills the pest. The mode of action of some pesticides is highly specific, often affecting a single site or step in the complex biochemical pathway. Resistance develops most easily when a single site is affected by the pesticide class. Related chemicals with similar structures often have the same mode of action. Chemical manufacturers now indicate the resistance or mode of action group by a group number on most pesticide labels. This pesticide indicates it has two modes of action because it is a premix of two herbicides with different modes of action. This enables the resistant pest to soon take over the field. The pesticide that once worked well now has little or no effect. One way that resistance is managed when using chemical controls is to avoid using the same chemicals class repeatedly. If at this point in time you have switched to an alternative chemistry, you would have a much better chance of controlling the whole population of pests. The goal of resistance management with a pesticide is to leave no survivors to develop resistance. Practically speaking, complete eradication may not be feasible, but when you are battling resistance, getting as close to possible to eliminating the pest is the goal. Leaving no survivors does not mean that we use pesticides excessively to nuke everything in the field. It means that we use pesticides according to the label and as effectively as possible to prevent resistant populations from gaining the upper hand. Of course, using a pesticide in alternating modes of action is only one possible management tool. Including non-chemical means of managing the pest, in other words, practicing IPM, is critical to managing resistance. Farmers can alternate chemistries by alternating pesticides with different group numbers. In addition to rotating classes of chemistry, more than one chemical class may be tank mixed to achieve the same results as a rotation. Other ways to manage resistance include treating the pest at the most acceptable stage. For example, treating weeds before they exceed the size limitation on the label, using full labeled rates and utilizing IPM, using other methods of control, and not relying solely on chemical pesticides. One common problem is treating too late. The pest has reached a size or stage where it is more or less immune to the pesticide. This is a common mistake that farmers often make in their battle with resistant weeds in Ohio. When battling a resistant pest, be sure to scout the fields after the application to see if it was effective. If not, properly follow up with a pesticide with a different mode of action or use effective non-chemical methods to control the pest. This fierce label indicates that it is a tank mixture of pesticides from two modes of action. herbicide mode of action groups 14 and 15 that you can see in the upper right-hand corner where it is circled. Why is it important to manage resistance? Quite simply, if we don't manage resistance, we will run out of options to control the pest. In order to keep the pesticide arsenal viable and to avoid creating super races of pests, we must practice resistance management. It is important to understand what we mean by pesticide formulations and what distinctions there are from different kinds of formulations. The pesticide formulation includes everything that makes the product. The active ingredient is the toxic material that kills or controls the pest and is always listed on the pesticide label as a percentage by weight. The inert or non-active ingredients, other in this example, in the formulation have important functions, but they do not have to be listed on the label. Examples of non-active ingredients include the carrier and adjuvants. The carrier is what the active ingredient is diluted with and can be a liquid or dry material. A single active ingredient can be formulated as different products with different carriers. For example, you can have the same active ingredient in both liquid and in dry formulations. Adjuvants or additives are inert ingredients that enhance the physical and chemical properties of a formulation and make the active ingredient more effective. Common examples of dry formulations include wettable powders, finely ground powder, and dispersible granules, WG and WDG, a somewhat larger size dry material. Both of these formulations are insoluble and when mixed with water, make a suspension that must be agitated to keep the product suspended in water. Granular and dust formulations are dry formulations that are not mixed with water. They are applied dry and as with dry application equipment. Granular and dust formulations are both ready-to-use formulations that are designated by the abbreviation RTU, which means ready to use. Dusts are fine, granulars are coarser. Liquid formulations. Emulsifiable concentrates have oil-soluble active ingredients that are formulated with a petroleum-based solvent. A special type of adjuvant called an emulsifier allows the oil-soluble formulation to mix with water, forming a milky white suspension of droplets. Agitation is less important with emulsifiable concentrates than wettable powders and water granules. Emulsifiable concentrates formulations provide superior penetration of leaves, which is especially important with weed control, but may also be absorbed through skin more readily than wettable powders and water dispersible granulates. Solutions are liquid formulations in solutions. The active ingredient is completely dissolved in the carrier. Flowables are liquid suspensions of soluble active ingredients. Even though it is a liquid formulation in the tank, they behave like a wettable powder or wettable or water granulars. Agitation is important. A couple more common formulations. Baits are a food substance combined with a pesticide. They attract a pest and kill the pest when it consumes the food. An example is a rodenticide. Water-soluble packet formulations. When you open the container, you see small packets. These are designed to be placed directly in the tank. Do not open the packets. This packaging protects the user from exposure. The packet will dissolve in water and release the pesticide. One type of pesticide active ingredient that can be marketed in multiple formulations. For example, the same active ingredient might be available in granular, wettable powder, or EC formulations. The type of formulations is an important consideration for the applicator. One formulation can be more acutely toxic than the other one, requiring additional personal protective equipment. The primary exposure route of concern is likely to be different between formulations as well. For example, wettable powders have inhalation concerns, while the emulsifiable concentrate formulation would have greater dermal exposure hazard. Emulsifiable concentrates have greater dermal exposure hazard than liquid flowables because of oil-soluble materials. All EC active ingredients, emulsifiable concentrates, are able to penetrate the skin more readily. After toxicity, there are quite a few considerations related to pesticide formulations. Different equipment may be needed for different formulations. The formulation also affects the physical properties of the tank mix. Constant tank agitation is required for formulations that form suspensions. These are your wettable powders, your water dispensable granules, and your flowables, because these formulations will settle at the bottom of the tank without it. Formulation chemistry also affects tank mix compatibility and the tank mix order. Consult the label carefully when mixing multiple pesticides, or perform a compatibility test prior to tank mixing. Incompatible pesticides will not mix, and as a result, there may be clogged hoses and tank residues that are difficult to remove. Tank mix order refers to the order in which you add different types of formulations into the tank. Always follow the label's recommendations. Mixing in the proper order affects the compatibility of the tank mix. Tank adjuvants is a broad term describing any additive or spray that is an additive that is added to a spray tank that enhances the pesticide activity or the physical properties of the spray mixture. Adjuvants are designed to perform specific functions, including buffering, dispensing, emulsifying, spreading, sticking, and wetting. Adjuvants also can reduce evaporation, foaming, spray drift, and volatilization. Surfactants are surface active ingredients, also called wetting agents and spreaders, that change the physical properties of water droplets. Adjuvants themselves have no pesticidal properties. Therefore, they are not required to be registered by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, or the EPA. Before using any adjuvant, you should check the pesticide label. Surfactants, surface active agents, a key group of adjuvants. Surfactants change the properties of the water droplet by lowering the surface tension. For example, with a wetting agent, one type of surfactant, the droplet spreads better over the surface of the leaf. Addition of a wetting agent improves control by increasing the spray coverage and uptake into the leaf. Penetrants and crop oils help pesticides move into the leaf. Buffering agents maintain an optimal pH range in the spray tank. Anti-foaming agents prevent the tank mix from foaming, and compatibility agents prevent physical or chemical incompatibility. So now we're at, I'm going to ask you a question here, which would be a typical type of question, which you might see on the test. And as a review here, and see if you can figure out the correct answer. Which is true about action thresholds? A, economics are not taken into consideration when determining the action threshold. B, the action threshold refers to the level of pest damage that is tolerated before action is required. Or C, scouting for the pest is unnecessary. So if you think you know the answer, put it in the chat box. So Denny, do you see any answers in the chat box?
Yeah, there's some popping up in there, and looks like everybody's answering it B.
That's correct. B is the correct answer. Very good. Next question. Which of the following is helpful to reduce the risk of pesticide resistance? A, using half the label specified rate. B, continual use of the pesticide from the same chemical class. Or C, alternating pesticides that have different modes of action. So if you would answer A, B, or C in the chat box.
Mark, you didn't advance your screen either. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah, the answers are coming in there, and everyone's got it as C.
Okay, good. That is the correct answer. Okay, the next question. This type of pest management tactic would include planting varieties that are naturally resistant to insect feeding. Is that A, biological control, B, cultural control, or C, chemical control? Any answers there, Denny?
Yeah, we've got quite a few A's coming in there.
That's a kind of a tricky question. The correct answer is B, cultural control.
That'd be like crop rotation, where you're picking a variety where you're that has the resistance already in it.
Mm-hmm. And with that, we're going to move on to the next module, and Denny is going to take over at this point.
Okay, Mark, at this point, we're going to take a look at the pesticide laws and regulations and what goes with that. And it's important to make sure we're all on the same page when we look at pesticide laws and regulations, and make sure that we first of all understand. And okay, I got to get this to where I can move here, Mark. There we go. There we go. Okay. It's important that we make sure that we all are on the same page and making sure that we understand when we talk about pesticides, what is that pesticide? Some people hear the term and think that pesticides control insects or maybe rodents, and that herbicides are something different. Pest can be any living organism that annoys, injures, competes with humans, livestock, or crops. So from the standpoint of a federal and state law, a pesticide is a substance that controls, repels, or kills all in any kind of way, some kind of stopping that living organism. A few other types of crop chemicals are included, such as crop defoliants, desiccants, and growth regulators or that might be there. But again, remember, adjuvants are not pesticides, and so therefore we look at it from that standpoint. One thing I would mention, and I don't know if Mark mentioned that there, if you have a question as we're going along, sure would appreciate you put that in the question and answers down at the bottom, so that way we can kind of get those as you're moving along. Otherwise, we'll keep moving right through this. FIFRA is the key federal law that converts the registration or covers registration, sale, and use of pesticides in the United States. And so that's the federal law, or also called FIFRA. In Ohio, the Ohio Department of Agriculture enforces both federal and state pesticide laws. States have the right to enact more stricter pesticide laws and require and then also require state pesticide registration. So pesticides sold or used in Ohio must have both Ohio and federal registrations. We look at FIFRA, it also established requirements for certified pesticide applicators. Okay, only certified applicators may use restricted use pesticides. Those are also often referred to as RUPs, or restricted use pesticides. When pesticides are registered by the EPA, they're designated as either general use or restricted use. Designated as such due to the greater hazards that are associated with the use of those pesticides. A restricted use product is more likely to cause harm to people, the environment, or non-target organisms if used improperly. Therefore, only certified applicators who have demonstrated a degree of competency may use restricted use pesticides. To become certified in Ohio, you must take and pass a pesticide exam in the core and at least one other category. This is how you demonstrate your competency. And then again, only licensed pesticide dealers may distribute or sell those restricted use pesticides, and they have to keep records of those sales. And that's what we're after here as we're going through and looking at these. So FIFRA gives also gave the pesticide label the authority of a legal document. All pesticides registered in the United States carry the statement, it is a violation of federal law to use this product in a manner inconsistent with its labeling. What that means is that the user must follow the instructions and prohibitions on the pesticide label, or else they're breaking the law. And so the slide here gives examples of things that would be considered inconsistent with the label. Things you cannot do. One very important thing is to understand that all pesticides are registered for specific use sites, as indicated by the pesticide label. Pesticides may only be used for the use sites listed on the label. So it has to be listed on there. It's strictly illegal to use a pesticide on a crop or site not given on the label. In Ohio, pesticide use is site specific. That means that in Ohio, you may make an application to a pest not on the label as long as the site is listed on the label. So you got to make sure that the site is listed on the label to be able to do that. Other things that you would be considered inconsistent with the label are listed on the slide, such as you cannot apply to a crop or site not listed on the label, apply to more than the labeled rate. You cannot apply at more frequent intervals. You cannot ignore the personal protective equipment or PPE requirement. And we'll go across those again later here, what PPE is. Also, to the right, you cannot ignore the restricted entry interval, or REI. Make sure that you understand what a REI is. It's how long you must keep people out of a treated area. In other words, a restricted time before you can enter that where the application was made. Big thing to remember is that the label is the law when it comes to pesticide use. Get this to advance here. When we look at type of pesticide registrations, all pesticides are registered, sold, and used in the United States receive a federal registration. Pesticides used in Ohio must be registered by the state of Ohio, and the Ohio Department of Agriculture is the state agency that is responsible for state registrations and then the enforcement of those pesticide laws. There are two types of registration processes. Again, Section 24C and Section 18A that are named in the federal statutes that authorize these exemptions to be normal registration processes. The section number is the nickname of the type of exemption that the normal federal registration process. So again, looking at those, the different registrations. We don't need to know what the sections are, but then there's also, again, the ODA, or Ohio Department of Agriculture, is the one that regulates those, and they can also issue what we call special local needs, or SLNs, and they would take, in emergencies, that these may be set up, but it allows the state to give expanded use beyond the federal registration of the pesticide, and that supplemental labeling provides for that registration. Must have a copy for any expanded use. Emergency exemptions for pesticide registration allow that Section 18 to be used, but that's very rare that occurs with that, but it possibly could come up, and those different sections allow for the state to give special local needs should that be needed. Here's an example of a supplemental label. This insecticide has an SLL label in Ohio. When we look at the emerald ash borer, with Merit, the insecticide, this was created because a higher rate of insecticide was needed to control the pest and then allow the product, allowed on the product label. And so that's why they looking at using Merit on ash trees to control that emerald ash borer. It needed a supplemental label to expand onto that. Rest of this presentation, we'll look at pesticide law. The Ohio Department of Agriculture is the state pesticide regulatory agency in Ohio. If you farm and apply pesticides in another state, you must know those laws in that state as well. And being that we're here in Mercer County, where I'm at, I know that the laws, there's a lot of farmers that farm both in Ohio and in Indiana and have ground over there. And so they have to make sure that they're following by the regulations and the laws of Indiana, and may need a license for both Ohio and Indiana if they're applying there. So again, you need to make sure that you're following the laws within that state. There are two kinds of certified pesticide applicators in Ohio. There's private applicators. They use pesticides in the production of an agricultural commodity and only need a pesticide license if they use restricted use pesticides. Private applicators are not required to hold a license to use general use products. So again, that's a private applicator. They're doing it on their own farm for agricultural production. So it's you own, or your own farm or your employer's farm. The commercial applicator license, they need to be licensed regardless of the type of pesticide they are using. These applicators apply pesticides for hire. They work for governmental agencies or in certain other situations defined by the law, but they're making those applications for hire. And so that's the difference between a private and a commercial. I think everybody, hopefully most of here are after the private as what we're focusing on more here. Again, how to obtain that private applicator license. Again, you've make sure that you get the study materials from your extension office, and we'll look at those materials and what those are. Mark may have had those when you registered. You register for the exam location, and we'll go over that at the end here, but you will have to do a core exam and pass at least one category exam. Also beyond that, there's no penalty or fee to retake a test if you do fail. So looking at it, you can take it as often as you want. You just have to wait a couple weeks till you get your score and know whether you passed or not. But after you pass the exam, then ODA sends you an application. You fill out that application along with the $30 fee, and they mail you your license. And then every 3 years, once you have your license, you must recertify with that license. And with that, you pay a renewal fee to Ohio Department of Agriculture. And then you also complete 3 hours of recertification credit. That is almost always offered by OSU Extension, so that you'll be able to get those, and we have classes for that. If you miss that or don't take that recertification credit, then you have to retake the exams and take those back over again. These are the categories that are available with pesticide. You can apply pesticides in situations that correspond to the category on your license. There are 7 different pesticide applicator licenses that are listed here. Most farmers will obviously need that grain and cereal crop. If you have any livestock or forage crops, I highly recommend that you also get category 2 with the forage crops and livestock. And then also, again, fruit and vegetable crops specific to those, the nursery and forage crops with category 4. If you've got a greenhouse and raising greenhouse crops, you'd want a category 5. Fumigation, and deals with stored grain. And if you have a grain bin and are storing grain on your farm, then I would again recommend getting category 6 also. And then there's the specialty use category 7. It's kind of a catch-all category for minor uses, such as wood preservation, aquatic pest, seed treatment, sod production, and others not included. But most of those, it's very rare that category 7 is required if you hold any of the other categories or licenses. Private applicator, pesticide applicators must keep records. And so that's part of the responsibility that comes with having the license. And you must keep the records of any restricted use pesticide that you use. It's also suggested that you keep pesticide records for any pesticide. Keeping those records is a sound practice, that management practice that we should also always use. It's to protect yourself in case of off-target pesticide injury that might occur. As a private applicator, you must keep those records for 3 years from the date that the application was made. And those records must be made available to the Ohio Department of Agriculture if they request them. ODA does not require any particular format for these records. They may you can keep them electronically or hard copies, whichever works best for your situation. If the crop site is leased or rented by the private applicators, the records also must be made available to the landlord within 30 days of request. So if the landlord asks for those, again, if you have rented or leased ground. So again, hard copy or electronic copy, either one of those can be made. Here's what goes on those records. Get that to switch here. Here's listed the things that required on a private pesticide applicator record. Excuse me. The name and license number of the certified applicator must be on there. the date of the application, the brand name of the pesticide. One that's a lot of times missed is that EPA registration number that's found on the label. Again, that's important that that is in there. The example shown down at the bottom there of the slide. That's, again, it's important that that's on there. It's not always found on the same location, but it's typically on the front panel of the pesticide label. We'll look at labels in another presentation here. Other items included would be the type of crop or animal treated, the field location, the size of the treated area, total amount of the pesticide product that's used would all be examples. Other suggested records that have become more important, these are not required, but highly recommended, is that you also in your records include weather conditions at the time of application, whether it was sunny, cloudy, clear skies, just some kind of indication of what the weather is like, what the air temperature was, what the humidity level was, what your wind speed is, and that wind speed should be measured at the boom height. And then also include a 12-hour and 24-hour forecast with that. That's always good to have in there. Other information that might be good is looking at what type of nozzle did you use, at what speed was it applied, what was the pressure. It's better to have too much information than not enough. And so these are other suggested records. Also, the picture here is an anemometer. That's a highly recommended tool to have in your toolbox with the sprayer. There's many different types, but you can get such as we call them jackknife type, where it closes up, and therefore, if you're keeping it in a toolbox actually, or in the cab of the tractor or sprayer, it's protected when you're not using it. The other one, you may have to have a pouch or something to put it into where it's protected. But again, these very practical in measuring the wind speed and finding that wind speed at boom height when you're applying that pesticide. So again, an anemometer, a good tool to have on there. Most things you can find, just Google it. Amazon for sure has them. Granger is another good place to find those. Check with your spray equipment dealer. You might be able to get them through there. But again, a very highly recommended tool to have in your toolbox. All these things are important to help with preventing the adverse effects, include any situations where someone becomes ill from your pesticide application. In this case, the person making this claim must have taken the step of seeing a medical professional, okay, if they're alleging that. And if this happens, you must report the situation by phone to the Ohio Department of Agriculture within 48 hours. If you have a claim brought that somebody was gotten sick and they've gone to the doctor, again, if they let you know that, then you need to report that. And it's the second thing, you must follow up with a written report within 7 days. Reporting those adverse effects does not mean that you accept a responsibility for the situation. It simply means that it's a legal requirement, and the ODA will conduct a follow-up investigation into the incident. And this type of situation is a good reason for always keeping good records for your pesticide applications. Another adverse effect it could be property damage. If property damage exceeds $500, someone claims that you have caused that type of situation, again, you must send a report to ODA within 10 days and get that in there. Pet illnesses are not reportable as human illnesses. If there's a claim that they have greater than $500 in vet bills, then it would need to be reported as alleged property damage. But again, looking at those, that's adverse conditions, and those records were there to help protect you from those adverse conditions. Ohio pesticide law also has regulations on protecting bees. The law states that no person shall apply pesticides at times when pollinating insects are actively working in the target area. For areas that are attractive to bees, you may need to make your applications early in the morning or late in the evening when bees are less likely to be active and out there foraging. Ohio pesticide law has additional requirement that applies to agriculture only. The law states that no person shall treat an area greater than half an acre, a half acre, when the crop is in bloom, unless 24-hour notice is given to registered apiaries within a half-mile of the field. Okay. How do you find those registered apiaries? You can find those apiaries in your area by calling the ODA or their apiary section number provided. That's on there. These two regulations only apply when using pesticides with the hazard statement on the label. An example bee hazard warning statement appears at the bottom of the site here on this slide. The neonicotinoid insecticides such as Admire have this bee symbol and similar language. However, other types of pesticides may have the same thing and maybe just in a text form. But again, you need, if you see that symbol or that's on there, it's important that you take the steps in the protection of those pollinators. All right, when it comes to another one, Ohio pesticide law also holds the applicator responsible for any pesticide movement off target. You must not apply pesticides in a manner that contaminates or damages adjacent crops, bodies of water, residences, places such as that. Drift is the most common complaint regarding pesticide applications to the Ohio Department of Agriculture. And the applicator can face civil and or criminal penalties if they are responsible for off-target movement of pesticides. Off-target movement includes drift, volatility, runoff, leaching, and it is against the law. So it's important that you take steps to target against that. Ohio regulations for permanent bulk pesticide distribution sites require that the storage area does not have a drain or the drain is plugged. And this is not required for farms because they do not distribute pesticides, but it is highly encouraged as a best practice that you make sure where you're storing those, that there's no drain for possible contamination. Ohio law states that pesticides may not be stored near feed, food, medications, or any children's toys. And then pesticides must be stored so that animal feeds or commercial fertilizers are not contaminated. Those are all in the revised code when it comes to dealing with pesticide storage. When it comes to supervising family or workers using restricted use pesticide, certified private pesticide applicators, you can legally supervise unlicensed family members or farm workers if you in the use of restricted use pesticides. In this case, the certified applicator must provide them with protective equipment and the proper PPE, and then also provide the pesticide label so that they can see that. You must also instruct them on any special precautions given on that pesticide label. So you have to instruct them. And then finally, required by the label, you must be on site during the supervision if that is required, and you need to check that label. There's also the Federal Worker Protection Standard, or WPS, and that may require additional protection depending on the situation. And that'll be discussed here shortly, but federal regulations have changed, and that the next couple of years, there will be annual training may be needed and will be required for any licensed applicator applying a restricted use pesticide under direct supervision of a licensed applicator. And so no one under the age of 18 will be able to apply a restricted use pesticide. I think that's the next one here. Yeah, there's looking at that. No one under the age of 18 can apply that. Ohio law states that they cannot handle, mix, load the pesticide label, displaying it on the label, the signal words danger, poison, without on-site supervision of a pesticide applicator. And when we look at handling, that's mixing, loading the pesticide and applying it using a backpack handheld sprayer. Driving a sprayer while spraying is not considered handling under Ohio law. So in understanding that difference there, if they're using a backpack or hand sprayer, that's considered handling. But if you're driving that sprayer, that's not considered that under Ohio law. This is the federal worker protection standard. It's a set of regulations designed to reduce the risk of pesticide exposure in agricultural production. These protections apply to agricultural workers or pesticide handlers on farms, forest nurseries, greenhouses, wherever pesticides with the WPS labeling are used. We'll see a little later in the presentation what WPS labeling looks like. All or nearly all conventional pesticides used in agriculture have this labeling. It does not apply to non-agricultural situations such as turf grass or structural pest control applicators. Reason only ag workers are covered is that workers are covered, workers who pick crops, work in the fields, greenhouses, are potentially exposed every day on the job to pesticide residues. And so therefore they need to be, there's the protection for them. WPS has numerous requirements, including training, entry restrictions, notification, central information posting, decontamination, record keeping, and more. Agricultural employers are responsible for WPS. If you are an ag employer, you will need to get the WPS compliance manual. If all of your workers are family members, you are exempt from the WPS requirements for family workers. However, you are not exempt from providing family with personal protective equipment and observing those entry restrictions. This is some of the revisions that were given to the worker protection standards. Some of the key new requirements: if you employ agricultural workers, you need to get a copy of this revised compliance manual available at Pest Ed resources. And then also the EPA approved training materials are also available there with those educational resources. And you can get a copy of those and then have those on hand. Of the new requirements listed here, family members, again reminded, are exempt from them with the exception of respirator requirements. If any farmer uses pesticides requiring a respirator, they must provide, even for themselves, the medical evaluation prior to using that respirator, annual fit test, and training on how to use and clean the respirator. The Pesticide Safety Education Program website has more respirator information. If you go to pested.osu.edu, okay, you can look for those. And again, for those training materials when it comes to that worker protection standards. So I'm looking at that, the kind of questions that you might see from pesticide law. Again, here, which statement is about FEFRA is true? FIFRA typically allows applicators to deviate from the pesticide label. FIFRA allows state laws to be more stringent than federal regulations. FIFRA allows the application to sites and crops not listed on the label. So if you just pop your answer in the chat there, kind of give an idea, see once how we're doing there. And we look at those, and hopefully most of you are putting in there B, as B is the correct answer with that. Allow state laws to be more stringent than the federal regulations. And the other one, true or false, so a private pesticide applicator can supervise an unlicensed family member in use of restricted use pesticides. Just went through that. Should be easy to see that that is a true statement. They can. Okay. Again, making sure that they look at those regulations. With that, Mark, I'm going to turn it over to you and looking at applicator safety with pesticide training here. Are you there, Mark?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me all right?
Now you're coming through.
Okay, good. Let me turn my video back on. There we go. All right. Next, we're going to talk about applicator safety when applying pesticides. So hopefully I can get control here of my screen again and be able to advance the slide. There we go. Toxicity is a potential harmful effect of a pesticide. When we talk about chronic toxicity, we are referring to the harmful effects that develop after repeated exposures, potentially years. Repeated small exposures may in some cases lead to serious harm over time. Cancer, tumors, nervous system and developmental disorders, and damage to internal organs are some examples of serious chronic exposure effects. An allergic response is a type of response that only some people may develop. Allergic responses are the unique response of the individual's immune system. Responses are very widely, and can include skin rashes, eye watering, itching, and more serious and even life-threatening responses such as difficulty breathing. Response may be delayed. It may take one or more exposures to a material before an allergic response occurs. In contrast, acute toxicity may appear immediately upon exposure or within a short period of time between 24 and 48 hours. This will be our focus today. The EPA classifies all pesticides by one of 4 acute toxicity categories, the short-term effects. Every pesticide registered in the United States will have a signal word on the label that indicates its acute toxicity category, and this is your guide to how toxic the pesticide is. Let's have a closer look at these. There are 4 acute toxicity categories and the corresponding signal words that appear on labels. Danger corresponds with category 1 or highly toxic pesticides. Warning is for moderately toxic or category 2 pesticides. Caution signal word can indicate either category 3 or 4, which are slightly toxic or practically non-toxic pesticides. Manufacturers are not required to put a signal word on the label for products the EPA has classified as category 4 or practically non-toxic. And these are all based on what is called the LD50, which is the lethal dose that kills half of the population of laboratory animals in tests. So that's based on testing. Here is an example of a pesticide showing the signal word. In this case, the signal word is danger, meaning the material is highly toxic, and it appears with the word poison in skull and crossbones. Danger can appear on pesticide labels with and without the word poison, and with or without skull and crossbones. With poison, skull, and crossbones, the word danger indicates that the pesticide is highly toxic by oral, dermal, and inhalation exposures. If the word danger appears without these, this means that the material is severely corrosive to the eyes or to the skin. The risk from pesticide to you, the pesticide user, is not solely a function of the toxicity of the material. Your risk is also a function of your exposure to the pesticide. Exposure means how much, how long, and how often, and even where on your body that you've been exposed. Repeated longer exposure or cumulative exposure can lead to more risk. The equation is risk equals toxicity times exposure, really ties it all together. The toxicity and exposure are equally important. The most important way that a pesticide applicator limits his or her exposure is to always wear the personal protective equipment that we refer to as PPE that's required by the pesticide label. This is your best and most important line of defense. With the EPA, when the EPA decides to register a pesticide in the United States, this means that they have weighed the risks against the potential benefits of using that product. Products are only registered when the pesticide label can be written in such a way that it will protect the user from excessive risk. But if you fail to wear the personal protective equipment, all bets are off. You may be exposing yourself to excessive risk. Even if you do most of your spraying from the comfort of an air-conditioned cab, make sure that you keep a full set of PPE on hand in case you exit the cab in the middle of a sprayed field to check the boom or nozzles. Otherwise, you will be exposing yourself to pesticides. There are four primary ways that pesticides can enter the body. We're going to take a look at each of these in turn. Dermal exposure is through your skin. This is the most common route of exposure for pesticides. At a minimum, all agricultural pesticides will require that you wear a long sleeve shirt, long pants, shoes, and socks to prevent dermal exposure. And depending on the pesticide, additional may be required. Dermal exposure is the most common way that pesticides get into the body. Skin exposure may consist of contact chemical exposure, which irritates the skin. Some pesticides also are capable of penetrating the skin, and once inside the body, may be able to travel into the bloodstream. Oil-soluble active ingredients have the ability to penetrate the skin and pose a higher exposure risk. Most pesticides will also require chemical-resistant gloves. Regardless of whether gloves are required or not, you should always wear gloves when you are applying pesticides. Many studies have shown that gloves dramatically reduce the amount of pesticide exposure because obviously you can't apply pesticides without using your hands. Similarly, chemical resistant boots are also much preferred to wearing leather shoes or boots, even if not required by the label. All gloves are not alike, and labels may distinguish between different types of gloves. Some pesticides may allow chemical resistant gloves of any waterproof materials. Others may specify a specific type of chemical resistant glove, such as butyl or nitrile rubber, uh, more or less equal to 14 mils. Be aware that the medical exam gloves from drugstores are not suitable for pesticide application. A sturdy pair of nitrile gloves, as seen here, 14 mils, is a good choice for gloves when the type is not specified. Don't tuck long sleeves into the gloves. If you spill chemical on yourself, it will roll down into the glove. Depending on the pesticide, you may be required to wear some or all of the chemical resistant PPE shown here. Also note that depending on the task that you perform, there may be a different PPE requirement. For example, a chemical resistant apron may be required for mixing and loading. This protects your torso, especially from spills of concentrated chemicals that might occur during mixing and loading. Don't forget, when you repair sprayers or change out spray nozzles, you are also being exposed to pesticides. Wear gloves. A tight-fitting, disposable nitrile glove works well for this purpose. Be sure to read the pesticide PPE statement carefully. You may be required to wear different PPE for different tasks. Handling a concentrate during mixing may require more PPE than spraying a dilute concentration. Liberty is an example of a farm chemical that requires a chemical resistant apron for mixing, but not during spray application of the diluted concentrate. You're at more risk of dermal exposure using pesticides that are oil soluble and have petroleum distillates as the carrier. The skin is a good barrier to water soluble substances, but oil soluble substances move across the skin, move easily across the skin and into your bloodstream. The emulsifiable concentrate or EC formulations of pesticides fall into this category. How much pesticide is absorbed through different parts of the body can vary a great deal. This is because different parts of the body may have thicker or thinner skin where the blood vessels are closer to the skin and leads to greater absorption. Also, if you are hot and sweaty, you will absorb more pesticide than if you are cool and dry. Obviously, I don't know anyone that applies pesticides naked, but think about what happens if you take a break and use the restroom after applying pesticides. Make sure you wash your hands after applying pesticides before using the restroom. For your information, these figures came from a real study in which very small amounts of the chemical methyl parathion were placed on different parts of the body of volunteers. One thing to keep in mind is that some types of clothing can be worse than wearing nothing at all. Cotton gloves, hats, and leather can absorb pesticides and hold them close to your skin. Furthermore, the pesticide cannot easily be removed from these materials. Many farmers may wear leather boots. It is a far better idea to keep a pair of water-resistant boots just for spraying and not contaminate the boots that you might wear into your house. Cotton gloves should never be worn applying pesticides with the exception of fumigants. A cotton hat should not be worn if spraying overhead. The spray can filter down upon you. Instead, a chemical resistant head covering should be worn. Pesticides that are corrosive may require eye protection. Splashes in the eye are more likely to occur during mixing and loading with some pesticides. Only these activities may require eye protection. Other pesticides may require it for any task. Eye sensitivity depends on the pesticide and can range from minor irritation and watering to severe burning and permanent eye injury. Choose eye protection that offers protection from splash and is not vented along the sides. Warrior is an example of a pesticide that requires eye protection. Respirators provide protection from inhalation exposure. While most agricultural chemicals do not require respirators, there are some key products that farmers use that require them. For example, on the farm, gramoxone, dicofol, lorsban, and ingenia are all chemicals that require respirators for certain tasks. Clean the respirator after each use to keep sanitary and remove pesticide residues. Greenhouse, nursery, Christmas tree, and orchard growers may commonly use materials that require a respirator. Be certain that restricted entry intervals have expired before workers return and for enclosed spaces. Any ventilation requirements. If a respirator is required, there are specific greenhouse ventilation requirements under the Worker Protection Standard. The Worker Protection Standard requires growers to have an initial medical evaluation and annual fit test before using pesticides that require a respirator. You are required to do this for yourself, not just employees, if you are using pesticides with WPS labeling. With respirator requirements in any kind of agricultural application, there is no such thing as a small farm or family exemption. The medical evaluation consists of a questionnaire and can be done using online services or by visiting a licensed healthcare professional. The fit test is a procedure that is done while wearing the respirator that ensures the respirator is actually protecting the wearer. Sometimes the fit test reveals that the respirator does not fit the face properly and another model is needed to do the job. So the fit test also may help you choose the respirator with the best fit for your face. Facial hair is a common reason why a given model of a respirator does not fit. Sometimes another model may fit properly, but sometimes to spray legally, the facial hair may have to go. The occupational health clinic at a hospital near you may offer both the medical evaluation and the fit test. Safety companies also offer these services. They will have a variety of models on hand to fit you. So if making a new purchase, you might want to wait until after you do your fit test. For help finding medical evaluation and fit testing, call the Pesticide Safety Education Program at 614-292-4070 or use the respirator resource page on their website, which Denny mentioned earlier, pested.osu.edu. The link for fit test and online medical exam contains contact information. And I know when I checked for locations close to Hardin County, there is actually a location in Lima, Ohio. So these are listed on that page. Annual training is also required so that the employees understand how to use and maintain their respirators and understand the benefits that they provide. Respirator compliance records must be maintained for 2 years, showing that the employees have their medical evaluations, fit tests, and training. And I had an actual employer that operated a greenhouse in my county that contacted me about this. So this is one thing that ODA does check for. Proper use and care of the respirator involves performing a seal check prior to each use. Seal checks indicate whether you are getting a seal around the edges and may reveal if the mask has been damaged or cracked. Used correctly according to the manufacturer's instructions. Unless the manufacturer provides different instructions, be sure to change out the cartridges with every 8 hours of cumulative use. After use, clean the respirator to keep it sanitary and remove chemical residues. Disposable cloths for this purpose are handy. Respirators should be stored in a clean plastic bag away from chemicals. The picture at the bottom shows the respirator stored with the chemicals. Do not do this. Cartridges can absorb pesticides. Proper care and use applies to all types of PPE, whether it's a respirator or a pair of gloves. Look for cracks or worn areas in all of your PPE, and if you find them, discard them and obtain new. Let's talk about preventing oral exposure or exposure through ingestion. Oral exposure to pesticides may cause coughing, irritation, or swelling to the nose and throat, and with some pesticides, much more serious poisoning symptoms. Very serious poisoning episodes and deaths have occurred from accidental ingestion because pesticides were stored in food or drink containers. Pesticides should never be placed in food containers. Accidental ingestion may also occur if PPE is not worn properly and common sense is lacking. What's wrong with this picture? This applicator is smoking while making an application. Pesticide residue on his hands will be transferred to the cigarette and then ingested when he puts the cigarette in his mouth. Often oral exposure with pesticides is through accidental ingestion of residue that may be on the hands. Good workplace hygiene can prevent this. Don't forget to wash your hands before smoking, eating, using the phone, or restroom especially. When finished applying pesticides, wash up thoroughly. There is actually a right and a wrong way of taking care of your PPE. Leaving your gloves on, wash the exterior of the gloves with water and detergent. Next, wash the exterior of any other PPE that you have on and then remove them. The final step is to once again wash your gloves before removing them. Don't fail to actually wash your PPE. Wearing it over and over again without cleaning will lead to the buildup of pesticide residues that will inadvertently expose yourself every time you use the equipment. By these 3 steps, you will greatly reduce your pesticide exposure. After spraying pesticides, avoid taking pesticide residues home with you. If possible, shower and change before returning home. If not, at least remove the contaminated clothing, especially those boots. Shower and change into fresh clothing as soon as you return home. Be sure to launder any clothing with pesticide residues separately from the family wash using detergent and hot water. Run an additional wash cycle after washing pesticide contaminated clothes to remove residues from your washing machine. Recent research suggests that the newer high efficiency washers do a reasonably good job of removing pesticides from clothes, as do the traditional agitating machines. It is wise to be able to recognize symptoms of pesticide poisoning. This is a list of some of the more serious side effects of pesticide exposure. Not all pesticides will cause these symptoms. They are headache, dizziness, nausea, sweating, and chills. These symptoms mimic the flu. Chest pains, breathing difficulty, these can mimic a heart attack. The bottom line is, if you have been applying pesticides and experience any of these serious symptoms, seek help immediately. Pesticide poisoning is a distinct possibility. Be sure to take the pesticide label with you when you go to the doctor. Victims of pesticide exposure need help. The first thing to do when possible is to remove the victim from the site where they were exposed. For example, if they inhaled pesticide, make sure to get them to fresh air. Be sure to protect yourself from being exposed while you are helping another person. If they are experiencing serious symptoms like the ones mentioned in the previous slide, call for emergency help or to get the person to the nearest medical facility. While waiting for help, read and follow the first aid instructions on the pesticide label. For accidental poisoning by ingestion, always read the pesticide label before taking any action. The most critical decision is whether or not to induce vomiting. It depends on the pesticide if this should be done. So read the label. Take the pesticide label with you to the doctor. Heat stress is a potential side effect of applying pesticides, especially if conditions are hot, humid, and much PPE is required. In this situation, the body overheats and cannot cool itself sufficiently. When the core body temperature rises, heat stress will develop into heat stroke, which is life-threatening. Symptoms are shown here in the slide. Applying pesticides in the cooler part of the day, taking frequent breaks, and staying hydrated will help prevent heat stress. For heat stress, move the victim into a cool area. Remove excessive clothing, splash with cool water. If the victim is conscious, provide them with cool water to drink. Call for emergency help. Okay, so now we're at the point where we can ask a few review questions. So I'm going to read the question to you and you can type the correct answer into the chat box. First question, what should be done with work clothes that have been thoroughly soaked with pesticide? And the key words here is that they have been thoroughly soaked with pesticide. A, nothing needs to be done as long as they are kept in the correct storage facility. B, don't launder the clothes, dispose of them. I lost my question. Or C, wash the clothes separately using hot water. So Danny, if you want to check the chat box there and see if we can
There's
see
quite
what
a few of them
people are
already put
answering.
them in there and put in B as the answer.
That is correct. And the key thing there is that they were really soaked with pesticide. So they're beyond the point where you would try to clean them. Okay, and then there's a second question on this slide is how often should you be fitted, tested with a respirator? Does anybody remember how often you should be fit tested with a respirator? What's required by law for those chemicals?
Here we got an annual or yearly response there.
That is correct. So once a year, and there's also a note here that if you get a new respirator or if you have a significant change in weight or facial structure, you might want to test again. Okay, so that brings us to the end of the third module, and I'm going to turn it back over to Denny, who's going to talk about pesticides and the environment.
Thank you, Mark. In this one, we're going to look at this module, explore the movement of pesticides in the environment, how they move, and how they're moving through either air, water, and soil. First of all, where do we want the pesticides to go? For first and foremost, we want those pesticides to move to their target. That's the strongly preferred where we want them. Once the pesticides do their job that they're intended to do, we want them to go away. And it's undesirable for pesticides to persist for long periods in the environment after they have accomplished their purpose. Runoff, leaching, and drift, and movement with the soil are the undesirable outcomes for pesticides. And we're going to take a look at each of those more closely and what they are. Okay. Am I moving here? So as we look at that, all right. There are two terms to know that are frequently used to describe environmental contamination. Those are, and of course, pesticides are just one kind of environmental contamination. But point source contamination can be traced back to a single location. Think, for example, of a spill incident, an accident on the road with a spray rig, a pesticide contaminating a stream nearby. This could be point source contamination because its source can be determined to a single location. More frequently, though, pesticides in agriculture are non-point source contaminants, in which these contaminants is because the pesticides are applied to large acreage and the source of the pesticide cannot be linked to any one location. Take, for example, of Roundup being applied to millions of acres of farmland in the US. Can't know exactly where that is at. So you got point source and non-point, knowing the difference between those. When we look at pesticides, and as much as we want those pesticides to get to their target. This kind of puts in the pictorial mode where those things are going. Drift is the movement of the pesticide away from the target through the air. So drift is through the air. One form of pesticide drift is movement of stray droplets away from your target. Drift also includes volatilization or loss of the pesticide in a gas form. Pesticides that are volatile may be deposited on the target as droplets, and then later they move off target as a gas, even after the spray droplet has dried. This is sometimes called gassing off. Volatile pesticides may also gas off the surface of the soil, and volatile pesticides must be used with great care. Volatile soil applied pesticides are usually lightly cultivated into the soil after treatment so that they come in contact with the soil particles and avoid that drift. Not all pesticides are volatile. The ability to volatilize is a function of the chemical structure of that pesticide. Runoff is another way that the pesticides can escape into the environment. Runoff is the movement of that pesticide with the water away from the target across the surface of the soil. Pesticides that run off may contaminate surface waters, streams, lakes, rivers, those types of things. And then leaching is the movement of the pesticide down through the soil profile. Pesticides that leach may end up in groundwater, contaminating aquifers or wells within that. So we've got some different terms there, making sure that we know the difference of what drift and volatilization is, what runoff and leaching, and what those all are. So making sure that we understand the difference between those. When we look at pesticides, how long a pesticide lasts in the environment, it's called persistent. A related term is residual, which is usually indicates how long the material persists in the soil. So we get those persistent or residual herbicides. Pesticides eventually break down in the environment. It would not be desirable for pesticides to persist in the environment after their purpose has been accomplished. We want them to do their job and then break down. There are three primary ways that pesticides will break down. Microbial degradation is breakdown via the microorganisms. The microflora in the soil use the pesticide for food and break down the pesticide molecule into a harmless substance. So that's microbial degradation. We also have chemical degradation. Chemical degradation is the breakdown via a purely chemical process. Hydrolysis or breakdown by reaction with water is one of the more common chemical degradation pathways. And then there's photo degradation, which is the breakdown of the action by sunlight. The tremendous energy in the sun breaks the molecules apart. Many pesticides are degraded this way when they are exposed on the plant or the soil surface. So again, three different ways pesticides break down: that photo degradation, the chemical degradation, or the microbes within the soil or microbial degradation. Some factors we want to examine then what influence those different environmental contaminations in the next few slides. First, let's look at drift. The nature of the pesticide chemistry is an important factor. We already discussed how drift can be either movement of the spray particles away from the target or loss of chemical such as the gas. The pesticide ability to volatilize is a function of its molecular structure. Pesticides vary greatly in their ability to volatilize. This is much greater risk of this type of drift with pesticides that are highly volatile. Environmental factors that affect drift include the wind speed and temperature, probably two big ones. Wind speed affects all types of drift. Higher wind obviously will increase the risk of drift. Higher temperatures and lower relative humidity increase the risk of drift also. How you operate your sprayer is a huge factor on the potential for drift. Increasing your tractor speed and raising the boom height increases that risk tremendously of drift when we do those two things. Increasing the droplet size reduces the risk of drift. So we get a bigger droplet, like a bigger rain droplet falling down, less chance it's going to drift. The larger the droplet is, the faster the droplet falls to the ground, reducing that drift. You can increase your spray droplet size by increasing the nozzle size or by simply lowering your spray pressure. Again, depending on what you need to accomplish there and how you're making that application. Although it's counterintuitive, very still windless conditions sometimes increase the risk of drift. If we have that very still ground, we can have drift occur when we don't have very much wind movement. These temp conditions indicate a temperature inversion. You may have heard a lot about inversions. Inversions occur most often when warm days are followed by cool or cold, clear nights. Under clear to partly cloudy skies, a surface inversion layer can form at sunset. and can persist until morning the next day when the sun heats the ground. When there is, again, when there's a temperature inversion, the air near the ground that is colder than the air above, and under low wind conditions, less than 3 miles per hour, that's low wind conditions, this cold air layer persists because of the cold air does not rise or mix with the warmer air above. If you spray during an inversion, the finer pesticide spray droplets can remain suspended in the air for a long time. A pesticide cloud can move very slowly across the landscape and can be devastating to non-target areas nearby. Inversion layers dissipate sometime after sunrise. As the sun warms the ground, this causes the air layers to mix. When there is sufficient moisture in the air, the thermal inversion can be seen as a layer of fog near the ground, as seen in the photo. However, it's possible to have inversion conditions without that fog too. It's never a good idea to spray any pesticide under temperature inversion conditions. Some labels expressly prohibit it, or will have language that says not to spray when wind speed is 0 to 2 miles per hour. Again, those calm wind conditions can sometimes cause and lead to that drift also due to the inversions. All right, let's look at factors that influence, get to the right space, influence runoff. Runoff or movement of the pesticide away from the target area across the land is also affected by pesticide chemistry. The soluble ability of that pesticide is the ability to dissolve in the water and move more soluble chemical. The more likely it's going to run off. The most important environmental factor is rainfall. Not only how much rain, but also the intensity of which that rain falls. We've had a lot of flash thunderstorms, and these can have a potential to cause much more runoff than a nice gentle rainfall that gives the soil more time to absorb that water and along that pesticide. Site factors can also have a big effect on runoff. A steep slope will be at much more risk for runoff than level ground. Presence of buffers such as a vegetated filter strip area will slow down and trap pesticides, helping to prevent pesticides ending up in the surface water. Cover crops also slow down and trap from chemicals, preventing them from loss. Compaction is another important factor. Highly compacted soils are less permeable to water, and runoff will be more increased. And finally, never apply chemicals to frozen or saturated ground. The risk of loss is way too great. So we never apply that to this. We look at factors that influence leaching. Remember, leaching is the movement downward through the soil profile with water. The chemical property of solubility is also important with leaching, since it affects the whether the pesticide dissolves in water. Another property of pesticide that is affected by its chemistry is the absorption or attraction of that pesticide molecule to the soil particles. Pesticides that are strongly attracted to small particles become bound, less likely to leach. Obviously, rainfall will be important to leaching, as rainwater will carry the pesticide down through the soil horizon, potentially into the groundwater. Because leaching occurs in soil, soil factors will be important also. Highly permeable, less compacted soils are more at risk for leaching. Two other important soil factors include that soil texture, which is the particle size of that soil, and the organic matter contact. Both of these factors affect how much pesticide can be absorbed to a soil and whether it will move in the soil profile. If we look more closely at a soil texture, and how it affects the movement of pesticides in the soil. Recall that soil texture describes that particle size of the soil, which coarse textured soils being those that are high in sand and or silt. And then very fine textured soils have a high clay content. Very coarse textured soils are highly permeable because they have large particles like the sand and leave large pore spaces, so the water moves down through them. Water can move through them very fast. Coarse textured soils, because of that, soil particles are big, have much less surface area for absorption than the fine textured soils. So they have less ability to absorb those pesticides. They also tend to be lower in organic matter, which binds up that pesticide. Because the water moves through the soil quickly and the soil has less ability to bind the pesticide, very coarse soils have a higher risk of leaching. Again, very coarse soils, or the coarser the texture, the higher the risk of leaching. Some pesticides may not be used on coarse sandy soils because of that risk of leaching is too great. Again, that would state it on the label as to whether that can be used on those or not. A fine textured soil is higher in clay content, has less pore space for water movement than in the sandy soil. The permeability of this type of soil is much lower. Leaching is less likely on the fine textured soils, but runoff across the surface is greater because the water doesn't move down through the soil as fast. Again, that fine textured soils, less likely that it's going to leach, but greater factor that it's going to run off with that. In terms of pesticide absorption, the fine textured soils have a much greater capacity to bind that pesticide. Fine textured soils may be either low or high in organic matter, and when they have a high in organic matter, this will also increase the capacity to absorb those pesticides. You may need to use a higher labeled rate of pesticide in a fine textured soils to compensate for the amount that binds to that soil particle. So again, that has a lot of factors there to take into consideration when we're looking at those pesticides. When we look at pesticide movement of soil particles from the field, that's called erosion. Pesticides that are bound to the soil, as well as nutrients, especially that of phosphorus, may be lost from the farm fields via erosion. A field with greater slope are more at risk of erosion. When the soil particles reach the streams or rivers, they are called sediments. And then these contaminants in the sediments can be released into the water, causing that environmental contamination. You can help prevent that erosion through conservation tillage practices, the use of buffers, surface to the surface waters, such as those vegetated filter strips and buffer strips that we might implement in those conservation practices. Excuse me. All right, let's move that. How do we protect our water resources in sensitive areas? When we look at protecting water, already explained there, we need to make sure the risk level of environment with any pesticide you might use depends on the chemistry and the characteristics of the site where you use it. Other key factors is what sensitive areas may be nearby. The way to protect the environment is to closely read and follow the pesticide label precautions. Those precautions are given on the label. Make sure that you read that. Remember, the label is the law. The most prevalent potential environmental risk with pesticides concerns water resources. Many pesticide products are hazardous to aquatic organisms or cause other problems when they get into natural waters or to the drinking water supply. Sometimes it's not even the active ingredient that is of concern, and it may be the adjuvants or the carrier in the pesticide formulation. So you need to make sure that you look for precautions on the label. Surface waters, maintain buffer or setbacks between your application, treatment area, and any lakes or rivers or streams. Ditches and field drains carry drainage to the surface waters, so they also need to be protected. Labels may have specific buffer requirements. Look for precautions regarding groundwater. These may be restrictions or buffers required to areas where the groundwater is shallow or where there are sinkholes or wellheads. You may not be able to apply a chemical where the soil are very permeable or where groundwater is close to the surface, such as with that sandy and sand silt type clay or sandy or silt type soil textures. Water resources are at most risk where concentrated chemicals may be used or stored. And so therefore you never wash chemical application equipment near any water resource, near field drains or ditches. You want to make sure the tank and the container rinsate is used according to the label. And pest or pesticide containers, and you want to dispose of those according to the label also. As we look at protecting water, we want to make sure, again, reminder to read and follow those label precautions. If you're using the pesticide in wetlands or in ditches or containing water in or near those water bodies, again, we want to make sure if those are nearby, whether that pesticide is labeled for aquatic uses, that if it were to get there. Again, reading that label is very important. How do we protect other sensitive areas? That's another important factor. And what is a sensitive area? First of all, sensitive areas can be almost anything that is potentially harmed by off-target application. So it'd be sites as well as water resources discussed previously. The best way to protect the environment is to closely read and follow that label again in those precautions. Again, it may have restrictions on respect to endangered species habitat. It is the applicator's responsibility to know the endangered species habitats and its visibility. Drift is the primary risk, again, with respect to sensitive crops and also beekeepers. They may require a downwind buffer to sensitive crops, so you need to know where those are at. Some of the new dicamba products require that you have located those sensitive crops on the crop registry. And we'll talk about that one here in a little bit. And again, many herbicides are now specific to the droplet size and the nozzle that you may need to use, along with the pressures that you need to apply them in, and be able to keep those in that acceptable range. And again, those are all on the label. It's important that we follow that label that's there. Talked about protecting sensitive organs or organisms, I should say. Protecting those organisms. Pesticides labels will explain the risk and precautions that you must take to those living organisms. Many insecticides are harmful to bees and beneficial insects, and then some are aquatic, harmful to those aquatic organisms. So it's important that we make sure that we monitor those and look at that as they're there. Aquatic organisms are among the most sensitive of living things to pesticides. Many, if not most, pesticide products will harm them, and the restrictions on the pesticides near and are designed to protect those water organisms. Again, the label will guide you to protecting those sensitive organisms, and it's important that we follow those Ohio pesticide laws with respect to the bees, in respect to those mammals and birds and other species that may be out there. How do we protect that environment? Again, read and follow the label precautions. Be certain that you use the site on the pesticide label that's on there, and then observe those maximum application rates. to protect those and follow those precautions. One of the things that was developed is the Ohio Sensitive Crop Registry, and that's intended to help pesticide applicators prevent drift to sensitive crops and apiaries. Excuse me, those sensitive crop registry, it's a free online registry that is part of the multi-state field watch registry, made available to Ohio growers and professional applicators of the Ohio Department of Agriculture. All users register at the fieldwatch.com. To use the tools, you must create an account, and with that, it's all completely voluntary though. And pesticide applicators use the FieldWatch application to locate those sensitive specialty crops and beehives. Commercial specialty crop growers and beekeepers enter their locations on this of their beehives using this DriftWap application. And beekeepers also have a bee check tool to map their sites. Again, through the FieldWatch website, you can get access to this and find some tools for that to be able to help check and know where those are at. So as we look at that, let's see once here, just kind of looking through this one, and I move forward. As we look at kind of an interactive here, how do I decrease drift? So when we look at wind speed, okay, what do we need to do? What would result in less drift for each factor? So as we look at wind speed, you want to lower that wind speed in most cases. Temperature inversion conditions, we need to keep those in mind, in that 0 to 2 mile per hour is that exception. So the lower the wind speed, the less we have with drift. As we look at boom height or boom or nozzle height, again, lower boom height, we want that, will help to reduce that lower speed within there. When we look at, so again, the lower boom height is what we want, or those nozzles closer to the ground. When we look at driving or walking speed, depending on how we're applying that, the slower the speed, the better. We look at droplet size. If we can increase that size, that heavier droplet will fall to the ground much faster. We look at the nozzle size or aperture size, the size of that hole. If we can increase the size of it in there, that will help to make that bigger droplet and therefore make that fall faster. And then operating pressure, again, decreasing that pressure is part of what we want to be able to do, and being able to make that work. From there, that takes us to looking at another type of question that you might see on a test. Which of the following is not a factor that affects whether a pesticide will drift off site? Look at that: droplet size, operating pressure, height and direction of release, or target density. Which of those will not? Kind of thing there that we need to watch. And if we process of elimination, eliminating those, we'll find out that target density will not affect that pesticide drift. So D is your correct answer. The second question there: pesticides that have a lower water solubility are subject to leaching, are less likely to contaminate groundwater, are not likely to move with soil particles. Again, low water solubility, that means they're not going to mix with that water very good. Again, understanding solubility, they're less likely to contaminate that groundwater with what's there. So B is your correct answer. And that kind of gives you some looking at types of things with dealing with the environment and what's there. All right, we're down to number 5 and keep moving on. Mark, I'll turn it back over to you. Are you there, Mark? Need to unmute you?
Yeah, I just lost control of the cursor. Now I got it back. So
Okay,
we're back
good
in
deal.
business, Denny.
all right.
Okay. So this next module that we're going to discuss is how to handle and store pesticides safely. Okay, so as far as your storage area is concerned, um, we want to make sure that your storage areas, whether you're using a designated building or a cabinet, it should be kept locked when not using to prevent access by unauthorized people or worse, children. The pesticide storage area should be identified as such and should be posted with signs, including no smoking. Locate your pesticide storage where a spill or leak would be less likely to lead to environmental contamination. Keep an eye on your pesticide storage. Routinely inspect the containers to make sure that they are intact and firmly sealed as much as possible. Keep pesticides in their original container with the pesticide label firmly attached. If it ever becomes necessary to transfer a pesticide into another container, attach the pesticide label and never use a food storage container. This is illegal and has resulted in fatalities. Keep a spill kit on hand in your storage area to deal with the unexpected. Other best practices for chemical storage include keeping volatile products in a separate storage compartment or sealed in containers, keeping herbicides separate from other pesticide products to prevent accidental crop injury, non-porous shelving and floors that will not absorb pesticides in case of a spill, keeping dry materials above liquids to prevent contamination in case of spills, have good ventilation, lighting, and climate controls for both moisture and temperature. A service container is something used to temporarily store pesticide or dilute a mixture such as a backpack sprayer. And so now we're going to talk a little bit about pesticide storage law. Pesticides must be stored away from food, feeds, and seed and fertilizer. Ohio pesticide law has some specific requirements for bulk containers if they're dry over 100 pounds and liquid containers over 55 gallons. Ohio pesticide law requires bulk distribution sites to have either no drain in the floor or the drain must be plugged. This is a good practice for farmers and non-bulk distribution sites, but not required. Transporting pesticides. When transporting pesticides, be sure to anchor them securely. Don't transport in the passenger compartment or with food, seed, or feed. Never leave the product unattended on the back of the truck to avoid theft or tampering. Transporting of bulk containers. Only transport in the manufacturer's approved container with labeling attached. Bulk containers may have special Department of Transportation requirements. For Ohio pesticide law, bulk containers are containers with capacity greater than 55 gallons if it's a liquid product or 100 pounds if it's a dry weight. Keep a spill kit on hand and know what to do in case of a spill. While mixing and loading, protect your water source with an anti-siphon device. Ohio pesticide regulations require that you have a check valve or mechanism to prevent backflow or any application on any application equipment drawing water directly from any supply. If the anti-siphon device is not a mechanical device, it must include a physical air gap of at least 2 times the diameter at the point of discharge between the water supply and the highest portion of the tank. When mixing in the field, avoid sites where a spill could have a severe consequence. So if a pipe from the source measures 1 inch in diameter, the law would require an air gap of at least 2 inches. Even with careful planning, you may have some unused tank mix left over. It is not acceptable to dump the remaining tank mix. Use the remainder on a labeled site. If you are reapplying to the same area, be sure that the labeled rates are not exceeded. Equipment cleaning also generates pesticide waste. In-field cleaning is your best option away from any sensitive sites. If using a tank cleaning product, be sure to follow the product information and from any pesticide label requirements for tank clean out to the letter. Sprayer rinse state from tank clean out may be sprayed out on a labeled site. In other words, a site where the pesticide label says that it's okay to use, or may be reused in the next tank mix as long as the next site is also covered by the pesticide label. Empty pesticide containers need preparation before they may be discarded. With dry materials, simply empty the bag completely. See pesticide label storage and disposal section of the label. Typically, the acceptable practice is to triple rinse liquid product containers, or special equipment may be used to pressure rinse. Rinse the containers completely after emptying using the rinsate in the tank mix you are preparing. Many growers now use refillable pesticide mini bulk containers that are returned directly to the dealer or manufacturer when empty for cleaning and processing. Never repurpose an empty pesticide container, with the only exception being to replace a container of the same product because of damage. Pesticide containers, once properly rinsed, should be punctured to prevent reuse and disposal of in an approved landfill. An ACRC container recycling program is funded by chemical manufacturers that will pick up clean pesticide containers, 55 gallons and smaller, and recycle them. In most areas, if there's no collection fee for growers and commercial applicators. See the websites of the chemical manufacturers for more details. To dispose of unwanted pesticides, several possibilities exist. The chemical could be applied as per the label to any labeled site. It may be possible to return the product to the manufacturer. For agricultural chemicals only, the ODA, Ohio Department of Agriculture, offers several locations each year for farm chemical disposal. So I know we've had that here in Hardin County before, and usually across the state, they'll have 3 or 4 locations where you can get rid of your unwanted chemicals. Contact your local solid waste authority for community events or other options for disposing of these chemicals. Lacking other options, contact a hazardous waste disposal company or permitted hazardous waste disposal facility. When you're disposing of hazardous waste, pay special concern to chemicals that are classified as hazardous waste. For example, 2,4-D is considered hazardous waste. Pesticide spills. Even careful applicators may someday find themselves in a spill situation. It is important to know what to do and to have and be prepared for this possibility. You should know the 3 C's of spill containment. The first one is control. Know what to do to stop the flow. Did a hose break? Turn off the pump, close the valve. Contain it. Do you see the spill flowing towards a culvert? Be prepared to act fast with absorbent materials or by mounding soil, and clean up. Once you have controlled and contained the spill, time to clean up. The objective is to remove the pesticide contamination, not to dilute it. Never rinse away the pesticide from the site or leave the contaminant in the soil. Having a spill kit with you and knowing how to use it will help you react fast in case of an emergency. What and how much you should have on hand can depend on what you're spraying and, of course, the volume of material you are working with. The basic spill preparedness items include additional PPE to protect you while cleaning up. This would include gloves, coveralls, additional items depending on what you currently use. Absorbent materials to soak up the spill. This might include absorbent pillows, oil sorb, or cat litter. A shovel for damming the flow with soil or for scooping up absorbent material comes in handy, along with a dustpan and broom. Plastic bags or containers for removing the contaminated materials, and emergency phone numbers so you know who to call in case of a major spill. Okay, so what do you think you should have on hand? Spill containment supplies need to be able to contain the amounts you are transporting. Do you know what actions to take? And do you know who to call in case of a serious spill? This should all be a part of your planning as you go into the spraying season. For spills of a serious nature, you must contact the EPA spill reporting hotline. This includes any spill entering a waterway, any spill in reportable quantities. The hotline can determine what a reportable quantity is. For technical assistance with any release of hazardous substances, call Chemtrack, which is a 24/7 hotline. Have the pesticide label on hand before you call the hotline. You will need to refer to it. Don't leave the site of a major spill. Don't hose down the site. You want to contain it. Dispose of waste from cleanup as it is hazardous waste. Okay, so take a look at this picture, and just a kind of something that you're taking a look at. What safety concern do you see in this picture regarding pesticide storage? So obviously, when we look at this picture, we have some food containers, the cups, for example, other kitchen supplies that are being stored in the same location as the chemicals. So that would be a major problem here in this photo. In this particular photo, how could you improve the security or the functionality of this storage site? Okay, so looking at this particular picture, inside the actual storage container, maybe some lighting so you can see the labels and other information properly. You want to be able to secure and lock the storage container, and don't leave it in an area where it could be easily transported or moved. are some of the comments that come to mind when looking at this particular photo. And now we have some review questions here as we close out this particular module, dealing with pesticide handling and storage questions. So question number 1, when transporting pesticides, A, carry the pesticides in the passenger compartment of your truck is a good way to prevent unauthorized access. B, use a van or station wagon is a good choice of vehicle for transport. Or C, use enclosed lockable cargo boxes to offer the greatest protection. So we have a couple responses in the chat box. So if you marked C, you want to protect yourself and use the lockable cargo boxes are your best choice for this particular question. The next question, what is the first thing that should be done if a pesticide container is leaking? A, put on your personal protective equipment or PPE. B, call the emergency spill hotline. Or C, clean up the spilled material. So what would you do first? So it looks like we have a response or two in the chat box. And if you marked A to that, the first thing that you need to do is to put on your personal protective equipment would be the correct answer for that question. Okay, so that was quick. And Denny, we're back to you to finish out the modules. We have 2 more modules to go in the core training. And then after that, Matt Schmerge from Shelby County is going to talk about category 1.
Yeah, Mark, if you can keep me on time here, make sure that I get done in time to be able to give Matt some time to do that. But with the next 2, we're going to take a look at reading and understanding the pesticide label. And with that, all right, do I have control here? There we go. That's one of the most important sections of the study that you want to know, because on the test you will have an actual label that you will have to look at and find information from. And so in order to use the pesticide legally and effectively, you must read the entire label and follow the instructions. And, again, there will be a label on your exam to answer questions about. And in this section, we're going to look at some of the key sections of a label and look at some of the example label language. The pesticide label is the information attached to the pesticide container. And it is labeling is distinct from a label. Labeling is all of the information received from the manufacturer about that pesticide product. When we look at that label information is what's printed on or attached to the pesticide container that contains the information that that user needs to use that pesticide safely. It contains all of that information. Pesticide users are required by law to comply with those labels within that. So again, understanding that label is very important. Key sections to a pesticide label are shown here. And so again, you got a front panel, and then there's first aid information, precautionary statements, directions of use, storage and disposal. Those are a few of those. We want to look at some of those and see once how to understand those and what those are. And when we look at that, the front panel as one of those key sections on that front panel. And if I get my, there we go. The first, this is just a copy of 2 different labels on the front panel or the first page of that label. A lot of information appears on that first page, and that's very important that we understand that. If a pesticide has a restricted use designation, okay, that statement will appear in bold right at the top of the label. If it's a general use pesticide, there will be no statement across the top. At registration, the US EPA decides whether a pesticide will be general use or restricted. That's who's going to decide that. But, it's the EPA that decides that, and where there are, again, here's two labels showing two restricted use statements. The EPA designates the pesticide as restricted use for different reasons. In these examples, Gramoxone indicates it's a restricted use product because of the acute toxicity, get that word right there. It's highly poisonous, consuming even a very small amount can be lethal. The atrazine label indicates that it's a restricted use because of the ground and surface water conditions. So again, it states that right on that front label as to what those are. Other things that we find on there, brand name is the name used to market the material and sometimes appears with the type of formulation, such as Gramoxone, big brand name. Usually it's big and bold right at the top in front of that label up there. In the case of Gramoxone SL, the SL means that it's a soluble liquid or soluble concentrate. Again, the formulation a lot of times is right after that. We covered those earlier. Let's see. Active ingredients are one of the one or more components in the pesticide that actually control the pest. Again, active ingredient that's on there and might be on that product there. That's and then there are also the active ingredient. It's the one or more components of that pesticide that actually control the pest. The active ingredient statement will identify the toxins that are more commonly known as the chemical name and give the percentage and weight of the product. In this case, paraquat is the brand name, and then the common chemical name is paraquat dichloride. And only common names that are accepted by the EPA may be used in the ingredient statement. More complex chemical name that identifies the components will often follow that common chemical name of the active ingredient in the pesticide. So you got the common chemical name, and then underneath that, the chemical formulation that makes that, or sometimes called the chemical name. To kind of keep those straight. The inert ingredients on there do not need to be listed individually on the label. They're only by weight of the formulation that they may make up. So again, the inert ingredients simply by the percentage of weight that's there. The keep out of reach of children circled here is a statement that appears on every pesticide registered in the United States. The danger with skull and crossbones is the signal word that Mark had talked about on this label. It appears on the front panel. A combination of danger with the skull and crossbone again means that that material is highly toxic through ingestion, inhalation, or dermal exposure. Again, that when we have that combination, but you get those names on there. The EPA registration number is also shown down there, uniquely identifies that product and the manufacturer, indicates the pesticide labels have been approved for the EPA. These numbers are needed in your records, and so there you would need those numbers in case there was poisoning or anything that might come up with that or with that product. The first aid statement is another on labels. Sometimes this is called the statement of practical treatment. This assists medical professionals to give them the most effective treatment in case of poisoning. It's often on the front panel, sometimes can appear in other parts of the label though also. In case of poisoning, again, it's essential that you take that label to the doctor if that is the case with that. The other thing I'd like to point out with that, if you notice like here, first aid is in big bold letters, and then it's all boxed in, everything with that first aid. And so it makes it easier to find in the different areas. So each of those different categories on that label are going to be that way. Precautionary statements, again, it may be a box around it, but again, whether it's hazardous to humans or domestic animals, the personal protective equipment, use safety restrictions, environmental hazards, physical and chemical hazards. We talked about those and those potentials to the environment. And so they would be on that, on there as well. We look at personal protective equipment, again, PPE, personal protective equipment, big box around it, helps make it stand out, be able to find it. Some materials with that, here's an example that the product specifies that gloves must be meet the specific criteria for chemical resistant. And remember, PPE is not a recommendation, it's a legal requirement. And so therefore, again, here, discard clothing that has been drenched or heavily contaminated with, that's got spelled right, with this product's concentrate. Okay, again, PPE is another section within that. Jump to the next one, use safety recommendations. Again, another one that you might find on there are common sense directions to prevent the self-contamination that may go with that. Here's an example of environmental hazards. Most environmental one, remember, is the water. Those rivers, streams, groundwater, public water systems. There are many precautions on labels about water. This is another example of another type of environmental hazard statement. Example has a pollinator hazard warning and refers to the directions of use for specific use restrictions and requirements. You can see the bee hazard symbol there, showing that it is right away and some of the restrictions that go with it. Directions for use is another area that might be on there or would be on there. That tells you how you're allowed to use that product, the crops, non-crop situations, rates, timing, that may all be on there in the directions for use. This is where you can find the sites where the product is allowed to be applied. Every registered pesticide in the US has to have this statement on it. In the directions for use section, you tell you about what crop or non-crop situation the product can be used, how to mix, how to load it, how to apply the material. Also tell you what restrictions you may have on your application. For example, what the wind speed might have to be within the range, if there needs to be buffer zones, non-authorized entry restrictions, all things that might be part of that, and telling you what might have to be in there. Again, those restricted entry intervals, and then another one, we'll talk about that PHIs here in a minute here. I'm looking at the post-harvest intervals. In Ohio, pesticide use in site specific, in other words, it has to be to that specific site, it has to be on the label. You can make an application to pest not on the label as long as the site is listed on the label. You can also apply at lower rates, but things that might be inconsistent with the label. Okay, again, things that maybe not on a crop, not on the label, more than the labeled rate, more frequent intervals, not wearing the PPE, not observing setbacks, not following those restricted entry or post-harvest intervals that may be on there. Remember, we talked about and mentioned that restricted entry interval, or REI, okay? And that's the amount of time. This is a big concern at nursery farms or orchards where workers are closely working within the crop on a daily basis. And it's the amount of time after you make that pesticide application before you can enter that treated area, that restricted entry interval. Many pesticides will have both an agricultural use requirements box and a non-ag use box. If you're producing an agricultural commodity, you must follow the ag use box. The box invokes the worker protection standard, and it tells you that whenever you use this product on an agricultural commodity, you must follow the worker protection standard requirements. Again, part of that, what might find on a label. We mentioned about the post-harvest intervals. This term is important for crop protection pesticides. It describes how long you must wait after an application before the crop may be harvested. Okay, this is different from the restricted entry. Here is where we're looking at harvest amount. The PHI reduces the amount of pesticide residues in the harvest crop because all pesticides break down over time, and the EPA establishes those tolerances for those pesticides used on food crops and the maximum allowable pesticide residue in that crop. Again, it's set to prevent the crop residues from exceeding the tolerance, and not observing these could result in illegal residues in the crop, and that crop then would have to be destroyed. It would not be allowed to be sold or used. So again, that PHI or post-harvest interval, know what that is. Some other types of restrictions that might find on labels would be looking at grazing restrictions, maybe one of those, how long you might wait after an application before animals can go out and graze. Another common one, plant back intervals. If you plant a crop and use a corn crop and use a product, okay, and then you have to replant, how soon can I go back in and replant based on that restrictions with that pesticide that you might have used. So again, that tells you on the label and what that might be. And again, how often can you use that pesticide, or how many applications you can make on that crop. So again, looking at the label, those will give you those things. Another area on the label, storage and disposal. Again, spells out exactly how that pesticide container should be disposed of, or that pesticide itself. Mark went over some of that earlier as we look at that, but again, the label spells it out and steps that out specifically. One thing to not confuse with the pesticide label is a safety data sheet, or SDS. That's another document separate from the label. It's designed to communicate the hazards associated with any hazardous substance, pesticides being only one small subset. So these can come with any kind of thing. Communication of hazards is governed by the US, by the Occupational Safety Hazard Association, by way of those SDS sheets. So don't confuse those with the label and what they are. Let's take a look at a kind of a quiz here and looking at some questions you might see and types of questions you might see on a label. Here's an example of the front of a label. Question might be, what is the label signal word for weed kill? And looking on there again, understanding what a signal word is, that should be easy to find. That is letter C here, the danger. Another kind of example question, what is a common chemical name of this herbicide? Again, as we went through there and looking at common chemical name for that, which one is that? And again, understanding that is letter C, again, that weedazine right here, weedazine. Okay, common chemical name, the chemical itself is here under the active ingredient. Okay, if we look at weed kill 4L, that is the brand name. So again, don't confuse those two as we're looking at that in there. Excuse me. Another section on the label that you might find, and quite common or type of question you might see here, what should be done with the PPE clothing that has been heavily contaminated with the herbicide, and I think we went through this one several times. Wash in detergent and hot water, follow manufacturer instructions for cleaning, hang it outside in the sun to dry, or discard. And so again, looking at that and understanding that, and again, it says it's stripped specifically right down here in the bottom. If it's been discard clothing that has been heavily contaminated with this product's concentrate. It's the last line right there under those precautionary statements with that. Okay, that takes us then to the next module on here. And the last one, finally, we're getting to that. We're probably saying, and that is on how to calibrate equipment. It's not on the, so it's important to understand calibration procedures as covered in depth in this module, because it's an important thing as we apply those pesticides and looking at that. Applying the right amount is very important. And it's to get effective control, we need to make sure that we apply that. Applying less than intended can lead to poor control and unnecessary expense if you repeat applications required because of that. It also contributes to the development of resistance, because pests that are developing resistance are more likely to survive and pass on those genes because they were able to survive it. Applying more than the label rate is illegal. It also may require your crop or injure the crop or negatively impact the environment. So it's important that we pay attention not only to the maximum application rate, but also the total amount you're allowed to apply per season. Again, things that we would look at and why it's important. We look at sprayer application and factors that can affect that involved in applying a pesticide. There's many factors that deliver it effectively to the target, including calibrating how much is needed for the application, proper equipment selection, sprayer setup, equipment calibration. All of these different factors are what's going to affect that accuracy of how well you apply that herbicide. Calibration is a procedure that ensures that your equipment delivers the desired amount of pesticide uniformly over the treatment area. And in a calibration, the equipment is operated over a test area of a known size, and how long it takes you to cover that test area is determined. Next, you would take the sprayer is operated for the same length of time, and the sprayer output is collected and measured. With the information from both setups, the sprayer volume in gallons per acre can then be calculated. The equipment is adjusted as needed, and the steps are repeated until the correct output is achieved. Individual nozzle output can be assessed during a calibration to assure that they are delivering the correct amount. The output of each individual nozzle is measured during the test time. If a particular nozzle diverges more than 10% from the average nozzle output, it should be replaced. So again, different ways to calibrate, and when we're looking at calibration, spray volume. As we look at that, farmers will have a target spray volume before the calibration, and the process of calibration involves fine tuning to achieve the desired output. Again, on the label, it may tell you exactly what that volume would be. Most labels typically give a range of spray volume. This one, particular label comes from a contact herbicide, and the relatively high gallon per acre is necessary to ensure that adequate coverage. And considerations for deciding what gallon per acre to use include the type of pesticide and the coverage needed. Some fungicide insecticides require excellent coverage and higher gallons per acre. Some herbicides also use a higher gallon per acre and larger droplet size to reduce the risk of drift. That canopy penetration, we need higher spray volumes may be needed to reach the pests deep down in that canopy. Convenience, the lower gallons per acre range means less need to refill and remix frequently, less water required in the field for mixing. Higher spray volumes combined with larger droplet size together help reduce the potential for drift again. And so again, looking at those, it's several factors that are going to affect that. We look at how they interact with each other. And with that, during a calibration, you might have to adjust those sprayer settings or driving speeds to achieve that targeted spray volume. Factors that can affect that spray volume include that tractor speed, or as you drive slow, you can slow down and your gallons per acre then go up. If we look at operating pressure, increasing the pressure, the gallons per acre goes up. If we look at nozzle size, larger apertures, the gallons per acre go up, as long as all other things are held steady. And then any of these may be adjusted to attain the desired spray volume. Each of these also will affect the drift potential within that. So we have to take all those factors into consideration when we're doing that. When we look at calibration, again, nozzles is an important part of that. There's many different types of pesticide products out there, and they now specify exactly what that droplet size category means. This means that you need to select the nozzle that produces that size droplet under your equipment's operating pressure. So you want to use your manufacturer's nozzle charts to determine what that droplet size category will be, whether it be fine, medium, or coarse, within a given nozzle at that operating pressure you intend to use. The nozzle chart will also tell you what the output in gallons per acre for that nozzle at different operating pressures and driving speeds. You must use a chart that has the same distance between the nozzles as your boom, or the values will not be correct. So again, using that right chart to as part of your selection of nozzles within that is necessary. As part of calibration, we also need to do it's important to check each of those nozzles to make sure that it is delivering the right amount. And here is an example during your calibration where each nozzle was checked, and from each sprayer nozzle was 9.5 fluid ounces. That's the average. And if any nozzle, looking at that, should they be replaced? Again, if it diverts more than 10%, then it needs to be replaced. And so looking at each of these, and with that, it would be in number 5 is more than 10% from that 9.6 average. And so therefore it would need to be replaced. And that's part of that calibration and checking those nozzles to make sure that they are putting out the output that we need. As we do your test, you'll have to do some calculations. Here's an example, how much herbicide is needed to mix a full tank with the following parameters. You've got a 100-gallon tank, 15 gallons per acre spray volume, 2 pints of product per acre. And so again, we look at that, how much herbicide is needed to mix a full tank with those parameters. I'll get to flip here. Okay. And so we're going through and calculating and figuring that. Step 1, you determine the area per tank. 100-gallon tank, 15 gallons per acre, you can do 6.7 acres per tank. Second, you multiply the number of acres by the rate per acre. So you got 6.7 times 2 pints Again, that's 13.4 acres. I saw some were putting in there 13.3, rounding it off. Pesticides usually only come in gallon containers, so we need to convert those pints to gallons. And so therefore, if 8 pints equals 1 gallon, we take that and take that time or divide that by the 8 pints and end up coming up with that 1.67 gallons or per tank. So you'd have to go out and purchase 2 gallons. As we look at pesticide formulations, understanding formulations, we went through those. It's required for some of your pesticide calculations. This part we see it's a lot different. We'll look in the next slides how these formulations kind of went through these, looking at active ingredient. Pesticide formulation is the entire product, okay, including both the toxic materials or active ingredient, which is always listed on the pesticide label as a percentage by weight, as well as the inert or non-active ingredients can be on there. And so inert ingredients in a formulation have an important functions, but do not have to be identified on the label, as mentioned earlier. Again, some of the common examples, we can see those down there with dry. You've got your wettable powders, your WG, or water dispersible granulars. Now, we went through those and looking at those. It's important that you understand what those formulations are, or what those abbreviations are, and how they fit within those formulations. So again, being able to identify those and know those, and with that. So when it comes to calculations, okay, here's an example of formulations, the atrazine 4L. The 4L for the liquid atrazine, get that name down there, means that it has 4 pounds of active ingredient per gallon. 4 pounds of active ingredient per gallon in the liquid formulation. If we look at the one next to that, the Captan 80WG, that means that the active ingredient in the product makes up 80% by dry weight. Okay, the water dispersible granule is a dry product and therefore makes up 80% of that. Brand names don't always include the formulation information such as the 4L or 80WG. However, the label ingredient statement always indicates the percent active ingredient by weight, whether it's liquid or dry. Liquid products will usually also indicate the pounds of active ingredient per gallon. This information usually appears under the active ingredient statement, even if it's not found in the brand name, as with such as the atrazine. So again, that information is going to be on the label. We just need to be able to see those. So as we look at calculations, okay, we got to convert pounds of active ingredient to the product. Here's an example of a pesticide calculation problem where you need to do that, understanding those formulations to be able to make those conversions. So how many pounds of 80 WP herbicide do you need to treat 120 acres if the recommendation is 2 pounds of active ingredient per acre? So in that, you would take and determine how much product per acre, divide the amount of active ingredient by the percent active ingredient in the product. So 2 pounds of active ingredient, 80% of that's 2.5 pounds of product per acre. And then you'd want to convert those, multiply that number of acres by the product rate per acre. So 2.5 pounds times 120 acres, that's 300 pounds of product. One of the things when it comes to formulations is avoiding those tank mix problems. Okay, and avoiding, compatibility is very important. With that, and you want to avoid those problems by following the mixing order. Typically, that mixing order is going to be found, and it will be on the label. Normally, you're going to put a carrier, such as your water or liquid fertilizer, what it might be, put that in first, followed by the compatibility agent. if there's some kind of compatibility agent or buffer might be needed. Then in suspension products would be the dry formulations first and then the liquids. And then the next one would be solution products or soluble powders if you had those. And then surfactants would go in if they're needed, or adjuvants. And then last, if emulsifiable concentrates, if those were. Again, you can do small amounts of these first and do that compatibility check, do a test if it were to see, make sure that there's no incompatibility products with that. Here shows a checking for mixing compatibility or doing that, what we call a jar test. If you do that jar test, again, taking and following those steps and doing it in a clear glass jar, following those steps, just mixing a small amount and observing that and seeing once that after each addition, whether it's compatible or whether it forms a big clumpy mess that would end up plugging up your sprayer and making a mess of it. Another part is looking at agitation is used to keep those spray solutions mixed and provides that uniform distribution of the pesticides being used. If we have improper agitation or poor agitation, that can lead to products settling at the bottom of the tank. So we want to make sure that we have good agitation. Stopping and starting or adding additional product in the tank from a nurse tank are both important times where proper agitation needs to take place. Some formulations like wettable powders need constant agitation, and so we need to keep those going. Otherwise, we're going to end up with that poor efficacy of the product or equipment failure as a result. Sprayer clean out, again, this shows injury to, in the photo, to some soybeans from spray solution that was left in the boom after a previous application. The greatest injury is seen at the far end of the 90-foot boom, only one side shown here. As the sprayer moved down the field, then the old spray solution was depleted and the injury falls off. And you look in the picture, you know, in the far end of the picture, you can see where there was product damage from the end of that boom where that product was still in there. So it's important that we clean out our sprayer also very thoroughly and get proper clean out. Here's an example of a calibration exercise. If we give that a try once, the name 75DF on a fungicide label indicates liquid fungicide with a 75% inert ingredient by weight, dry flowable with 25% active ingredient by weight, or a dry flowable fungicide with 75% active ingredient by weight. We look at that one, proper answer. Again, it's a dry flowable with 75% active ingredient, or number C. Hopefully we got that one correct. And here's another one. Both actions increase spray volume or gallons per acre if you hold all other factors constant. So looking at those factors that change that, which one is going to do that? If we look at, will we increase speed and use larger nozzles, or should we decrease speed, use larger nozzles, lower the pressure, and use larger nozzles? Looking at those comparisons and keeping those, letter B is your correct answer. And with that, okay, you're decreasing your speed and using larger nozzles will increase that spray volume or gallons per acre. Another one here we take a look at. On that one, both actions increase droplet size if you hold other factors constant. This goes back to module 4. We kind of talked about this one. If we increase pressure and dry faster, do we decrease pressure and use smaller nozzles, decrease pressure and use larger nozzles? Okay, again, To increase droplet size, we want to do letter C. Decrease pressure, use larger nozzles. That's going to increase the size of those nozzles or those droplets in the water that's there. Here's one with looking at calculations. On the test, you will have to do some calculations, okay, and be able to do those calculations. So as an example here, how much weed kill herbicide is needed to treat 120 acres? If the label rate is 8 fluid ounces of product per acre. So if you give that a try and see once how you're doing, I think I'm running close on time here. So I'll make sure I will quickly move through these. You'd multiply the rate by the total area, 8 ounces, 120 and 960 fluid ounces. You convert that to gallons, which would come out to, again, you need to know that there's 128 fluid ounces in a gallon. They will not give those to you. So again, 7.5 gallons, or answer A was the correct one that you had back here. Here's the second one. How much water will you need to transport to the field to spray 225 acres? If your sprayer is calibrated to apply 12 gallons per acre. So again, going through that one, and I'll take and step you through it. Multiply the gallons per acre by the total area. So 12 gallons times 220, you need 2,700 gallons of water. Third one, calculate how much product is needed to mix a full tank. Label rate is 1/4 pound per acre. Sprayer tank holds 1,000 gallons, calibrated to apply 10 gallons per acre. So again, looking at there, how much product is needed. Take and step through that number of acres that can be sprayed with one tank. Okay, so again, 1,000 gallons, 10 gallons per acre, it's 100 acres. Okay, 1/4 pound product per 100, over 100 acres gives you 25 pounds of product. So the answer is C. All right, last one we'll take a look at here, calculate how much weed kill 4EC herbicide is needed to mix a full tank. Label rate is 1 pound of active ingredient per acre. Sprayer tank holds 600 gallons, calibrated to apply 12 gallons per acre. Looking at your choices there, going through and making your selection. Let you try to show you once if you can calculate through that one quickly and come up with an answer there. Okay. And looking at what you would choose for that. Let's see, I'll make sure I get to the right one. Okay, and if hopefully I'm seeing some answers with letter A coming in there, 12.5 gallon product per acre. Kind of look quickly at if that's what you got, hopefully. But you're looking at how many acres per tank that you can do first. So the 600 gallons per tank and 12 gallons per acre. You do those 50 acres. The other thing, you have to convert that active ingredient per acre to product per acre. That's where that 4EC comes in, 4 pounds of active ingredient per gallon, which comes out to 1/4 gallon of product per acre. And then multiply that product rate by the tank capacity that you found in step 1, which was that 1/4 times the 50 acres, or 12.5 gallons of product per tank. You got that answer A. So with that, again, I'm going to turn it over to Mark and looking at whether he won't, I think later on he'll look at using that core study guide and what goes with it. I guess the other thing I'll mention is I just gave you, and Mark and I just gave you the participants out there, a whole semester's worth of information in about what 3 hours. So I hope you absorbed all that and were able to absorb that, and that it'll help you when it comes time to take the test.
Well, the good part about it, Denny, is that they can, once I send the link out for the video, they can forward and reverse the video and go back and forth and review parts that they may want to watch again. And So we're going to keep moving. And Matt asked me earlier, he sent me a text. He says, do you think they need to take a break? And I said, well, you know, Matt, if they haven't taken a break by now, I'm sure they will if they need to. So we're going to keep moving on. And again, like I said, this is recorded. And with that, our next speaker is Matt Schmerge from Shelby County, and he's going to go over category 1, which is your grain and cereal crops. Matt? You're going to
Thanks,
need,
Mark.
I'm going to stop the share, and then you're going to need to share your screen.
Are you seeing it now?
Not yet.
Well, what do I do now? Well, let's see what I did here. Oh, I didn't hit the share button. I was there, but not the button.
There you go.
Nice emblem.
There we go.
There you go.
Can you see me now?
Yep, we can see your PowerPoint.
All right. So I'm doing category 1, the grain crops and cereal crops. So we're going to be looking at the major pests and crops grown in Ohio. The main part of your emphasis on this exam is going to be corn, soybeans, and wheat, with corn being 1, followed closely by soybeans number 2, and wheat in 3rd. We also have the pest problems on those crops, and their emphasis is also in that same order: weeds number 1, insects number 2, and disease in number 3. And we're going to talk about the weed control. So weeds are an important pest group in Ohio field crops. The exam will emphasize basic and general weed ID, life cycles, the stages of growth in regards to the herbicide timing. You guys should also understand general herbicide modes of action for widely used field crops. The herbicides such as triazines, glyphosates, 2,4-Ds, dicambas, and ALS inhibitors, and factors that affect the efficacy. I'm losing my buttons here. So some of those herbicide characteristics we talked about are early pre-plant. Those are herbicides that are applied 1 to 30 days before planting. They have a low solubility, and they also used to control existing vegetation and provide that residual control. Those some of those herbicides are incorporated to reduce the dependence upon rainfall required to move herbicides into the zone of weed and seed germination. Incorporation also provides proper herbicide placement required for control of some weeds, especially perennials. And we also have the pre-plant incorporated, I kind of just talked about, and then pre-emergence. Those pre-emergence herbicides are applied to the soil surface after the crop is planted, but before the seedlings and the weeds appear above the ground. For maximum pre-emergence activity, a 1/2 inch to 1 inch of rainfall should occur within 1 week following the application. The herbicide forms a control barrier in the soil as the weed starts germinating from seed. It cannot develop and dies before emerging. And then lastly, we have post-emergence herbicide. Those are applied to weeds after they are present, and usually you need an adjuvant. These herbicides can either be foliar, leaf active, or soil active, or both. The most common method is to apply a foliar active herbicide that is absorbed by the plant leaves. So we have herbicide characteristics. We have 2 of those. Non-selective, they control all parts or all plants. Those will be genetically modified to be resistant. So your glyphosate or your Liberty Links, those 2 are your non-selective. Or then you also have your selective that control Certain species, those targeted broadleaf or grass plants. Some of those examples are the 2,4-D, the dicambas, the selects, or the callistos. And then we'll also have systemic characteristics. Those systemic is also called translocated. Those herbicides move from one area of the plant to another. Mostly you see those will be your glyphosates or your dicambas, 2,4-Ds, and once they touch that plant, they'll move through the plant and kill it. On the other side, we have contact herbicides. They kill only the green part of the plant. If the herbicide contacts, complete coverage. You want to use high spray volumes, small droplets, and high pressures. Those you're looking at or would be your Liberties or your like your Sharpens. So high, like I said, high volumes, good spray coverage. So then we're looking at our effective herbicide applications. So those we're looking at our timings is the big part, especially for summer annuals in the spring, or that first post application, or winter annuals in the fall. For foliar applied herbicides, effectiveness of the application can also be affected by the plant characteristics. So you have plants with thick cuticles, hairiness, and plants under stress may not able to absorb herbicide as readily and be more difficult to control. So we're also looking at, we talked about, so for small weeds, those are going to be the easier ones for you to control and also prevent that seed set. If we prevent that seed set, we'll also decrease our seed bank. I did not click that, sorry. Then also for some perennials in late summer is the best time to control. We use those systemic herbicides. Those will move underground to kill those rhizomes and those roots. And that example would be a Canadian thistle. And we talked a little bit about ground and surface waters. So we're looking at some of those herbicides that are going to be one of those things we want to look out for if we're spraying those for a ground or surface water advisories. So your atrazines, your acetochlors, your dicambas, your foamicefans, which would be your flex stars. Then these are just a few different names of your restricted use herbicides. We know that all herbicides are not restricted, but these are a small list of some of those restricted use herbicides. So we then talked a little bit about the label, but each one has a mode of action. So some of those examples of our growth regulators are your 2,4-Ds and dicambas, your photosynthesis inhibitors, your atrazines, metribuzins, and then some of your amino acids, first rate, classic, pursuit, and glyphosate. We kind of talked a little bit about just kind of keeping resistance down and killing our weeds. So you could also use multiple modes of these actions. So then we also have modes of action, but then we have site of action. So this is the site in the plant which the herbicide interferes with. So you get your group 1s, your ACCs. Those are like your select, so your grass herbicides. Group 2 are your ALS inhibitors, as in like pursuit. And group 5, your triazines, herbicides, and your atrazines. And group 9 is your glyphosate. And I'm thinking off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure your glufosinate group 10. And so we'll talk a little bit about weed resistant. We like to tank mix 2 or more effective herbicides. When I rotate that herbicide site of action, we have zero tolerance, meaning we want to remove all those weeds from that field. If we have no weeds and no seeds, that keeps us from getting more resistant weeds out there. And then we want to maximize that herbicide activity. We talked about different things today with rates and nozzles and making sure we're calculating things the right way. So we're using full rates, include the most adjuvants or effective adjuvants, spray during good weather if necessary, and spray those weeds when they are small. Then also, we need to know which of those species are most likely to be resistant, since we're dealing with a few of those in Ohio now. Danny hit on a little bit about mixing order. That'll be also on your label, but we use an acronym. It's apples. So you agitate, put your powders, your soluble powders in, your dry powders, your liquid flowables and your suspensions, your emulsifier concentrates, and then your solutions. Now we're going to go forward with our common field crop weeds. So we have we're going to start off with our summer annual broadleaf weeds. Those have a complete life cycle in 1 year. They grow from seed, then they go to the flower, they produce new seed, and then they die within that year. They will germinate in the spring, flower during the summer. Control is done when weeds are small in the spring and before seeds are made in the fall. So our first summer annual broadleaf weed is the common ragweed. It's a summer annual. Common ragweed will reduce crop yield potential if not managed in a timely manner. Common ragweed is a shallow-rooted annual with variability in plant size, leaf shape, and the amount of hairs found on the plant. The leaves are nearly smooth, thin, lacy, and finely divided into a number of lobes. This is one of the weeds that are potentially ALS resistant. You guys can't see my cursor, can you? There we go. You can kind of see how each one are very lobed. This is just a seedling. They'll also get a lot bigger than that yet. So these are the ones you'll see pictures of these on your test. So the next is our giant ragweed. This annual weed emerges as early as March and will continue to germinate through the spring and early summer. The joke I always hear about giant ragweed, it germinates at 3 to 4 inches tall when it comes out of the ground. Giant ragweed is extremely competitive and is most difficult to control in broadleaf crops like soybeans. Its ability to germinate and emerge from deep in the soil allows it to escape many soil-applied herbicides. The most dense populations occur in tilled soil, and the leaf is rough, hairy, deeply lobed with 3 to 5 lobes, sometimes with no lobes. And the stem is erect, rough, and hairy. That is your giant ragweed. Next in the summer annuals is lamb's quarter. It is an erect summer annual. The leaves of lamb's quarter are 1 to 2 inches in length and about 1 inch wide. The leaves of the edges of the leaves are toothed and the leaf tip is pointed. The leaves are covered with a whitey, meaty substance, especially on the underside of the leaf, and they form alternately on the stems. The root of the lamb's quarter is a branched taproot. The flower of the lamb's quarter are found in small green clusters and lack petioles. The cluster of flowers form in terminal spikes. Lamb's quarter spreads by tiny black seeds that germinate in the late spring to early summer. And common lamb's quarter is also another potential ALS resistant weed. Common lamb's quarter. Another summer annual we're looking at is red root pigweed. You'll also notice it, or you'll see it kind of resembles the big one. I'm gonna have one of those this morning or this afternoon. Water hemp, sorry. But ragweed, pigweed Grows in cultivated fields, pastures, and undeveloped areas. It is a common annual weed, producing many seeds that remain viable up to 5 years. Has a long, fleshy, reddish to pink taproot. The stems are erect, light green, stout, branched, rough, and angular. The leaves alternate on the stalk. They're dull green and ovate. They're rough and 8 to 10 centimeters long, which is 3 to 4 inches. The flowers are numerous, small, green, and crowded into dense finger-like spokes. Red root pigweed requires high temperatures for germination, so we'll usually see that in that 75 to 80 degrees, and they will continue to germinate throughout the summer if there's adequate soil moisture. And as we know, it'll grow almost anywhere in any crop, but is most abundant on rich soils thriving at higher temperatures. And if you'll look, redwood pigweed will be really hairy on the stems. You'll have some of that red color, but the leaves themselves, you'll be able to see they'll get wider here than we will on water hemp. That's redwood pigweed. Our next summer annual weed will be velvet leaf. As you can see, it's got that heart-shaped leaf, and it gradually tapers to a point. Those leaves are approximately 2 to 6 inches long and wide. They're very densely hairy on both surfaces and have that tooth margins on the outside. The leaf veins orient from the common point, and the leaves emit a unpleasant odor when they're crushed. And velvet leaf can get really big, and you can tell it's by its name. If you can feel it, it's got that velvety touch to it. So then we're on to our winter annual broadleaf weeds, which still complete their cycle in 1 year. They grow from seeds, flowers, they produce new seed, and then they die within a year. But winter annuals will germinate in the late summer or fall and flower during early spring, although some of those can emerge in spring. Control is done when these weeds are small in the fall and before seeds are made in the spring. So that first winter annual that we're all pretty aware of is mare's tail, or some people will call it horseweed. It often becomes a problem in continuous no-till fields, although it has also been a problem in some tilled fields in recent years. Mare's tail can follow a winter annual or summer annual life cycle, while the majority of mare's tail emerges in the fall, can also emerge in the spring and early summer. Mare's tail does not mature until late summer, so unlike many other winter annuals that mature in late spring, mare's tail they compete directly with corn and soybean growth during the growing season and interfere with harvest also. Mare's tail is more commonly controlled controlled when small, late in the fall or early in the spring. As mare's tail becomes larger in the spring and early summer, it becomes more difficult to control. Consider including herbicides with residual activity in the spring burn down treatments to prevent emergence of mare's tail after crop planting. In Ohio and elsewhere, we are seeing mare's tail resistant to glyphosate and ALS herbicides. Our next winter annual is purple dead nettle. It is also very often confused with another winter annual, henbit. Both weeds have square stems and belong to the mint family. The leaves of purple dead nettle are triangular in shape and less deeply lobed than henbit. The upper leaves of dead nettle are red to purple in color, and the leaves of purple dead nettle have petioles, with the petioles of the leaves of the lower leaves being longer than the upper leaves. So you'll see these petioles here will be longer than what these are up at the top of these top leaves. And also the flowers are arranged in whorls and forming the axis of the upper leaves, and purple dead nettle will spread by seeds. So then we're on to our perennial broadleaf weeds. These persist year after year. That plant will regrow from vegetative organs such as rhizomes, stolons, bulbs, tubers, or roots, which makes them hard to control, and they can also reproduce by seed. Often to control this group of perennial broadleaf weeds, late summer or early fall is best. Plants produce sugars and carbohydrates to store in their roots for overwintering. The herbicide is carried to those roots this time, and along with the sugars, and can kill rhizomes and creeping root masses, as well as foliar growth above ground. Common pokeweed is our first perennial weed. This pokeweed can develop from a large seed or a large poisonous taproot. The leaves appear folded and crinkled when emerging from the soil, but soon can develop into large, simple leaves. Plants can reach a height of 9 feet and have a smooth red stem, sometimes called inkberry, because of its distinctive, shiny, dark purple berries, which have the ability to stain soybeans at harvest. Pokeweed is becoming more prevalent as no-till continues to increase. The next is dandelion. Dandelion is a perennial weed that occurs primarily in no-till fields. The reproduction is by seed and sprouting from a thick, fleshy root or root segment. Dandelion stems do not elongate, but produce a rosette of leaves. A yellow ray of flowers appears on a long, fleshy, hollow stem, and this weed has become extremely problematic in corn, soybean, and wheat fields. Next up is the Canada thistle. They can emerge from seeds or creeping roots, beginning as a rosette, but quickly elongate a stem which branches out only at the top. Leaves clasp the stem. They have crinkled margins and lobes, which end in spiny tips. The flower has no spines, but does have hair, and the flowers are purple. On to my favorite, grass and grass-like weeds. I will have annual and perennial grasses. The first is our foxtail, which is giant and yellow. It's an annual grass. You can see the seed heads are brushy spikes. Yellow foxtail has long hairs on the upper surface of the leaf blade near the base, and the sheath are reddish near the base. Next is a fall panicum, which is an annual grass. It's a grassy summer annual with a zigzag appearance because it bends at its nodes. It has a very rounded stem and prominent midveins in the leaves, and the ring of hairs has a ring of hairs as its ligule. Fall panicum can reach heights of 7 feet. The seed head is large, open, and branched. A panicle that takes on a purple tinge when it's mature. Young plants of fall panicum are sometimes confused with Johnson grass and barnyard grass. The way to tell the three apart is by the appearance of fall panicum's hairy ligule. Seedling fall panicum's first true leaf has hairs on the underside of the blade, where Johnson grass and barnyard grass do not. And quackgrass is another perennial, is a cool season perennial grass reproducing from seed in a dense network of small rhizomes. Weed growth often begins in early March. If there is a few successive warm days, it tends to be the biggest problem where grasses or grass legume forage mixtures are grown in areas where continuous no-till corn is grown. Growth of quack grass is most vigorous during the spring, while temperatures are relatively cool. Yellow nutsedge. It's not a grass, looks like a grass, but it's a perennial sedge that reproduces mainly by small overwintering tubers located at the end of the rhizomes. The tubers begin sprouting about May 1st in Ohio. The plant looks like a grass but has a triangular stem. That's the main identifier to yellow nutsedge. It's more of a problem in wet areas and during wet years. Then we're on to our common field crop insects. So we'll look at parts of the insect. On the front would be our head, then the mid region, our thorax, and the back of the tail, the abdomen. So the first pest we're going to look at is corn rootworm. A corn rootworm system injury ranges from scars to elimination of entire roots or nodes. Rootworms are small beetle larvae of either the western or the northern corn rootworm beetles. Injury occurs during June and early July following the hatch of larvae from overwintering in eggs in the soil. Significant root injury will lead to lodging and a loss in yield. Adult rootworm beetles feed on the forage and the silks from late July through September. Until recently, rootworm injury was primarily in continuous corn, but since rootworm beetle adults only deposit their eggs in cornfields. But a new variant of western corn rootworm, which deposits its eggs in soybeans, and is now capable of causing significant injury to first-year corn following soybeans. This new variant commonly is called the first-year corn rootworm and is a serious problem in some of the states west of Ohio. It's one of the things we do some research and testing about. We'll put the sticky traps out in our soybean fields and count those throughout the year. Where a significant potential for rootworm injury exists in continuous corn or first-year corn following soybeans, use of a transgenic rootworm corn hybrid, or a soil insecticide or seed treatment as a preventive treatment to reduce corn rootworm injury. Next is the European corn borer. Some of your identifications will be a foliar shot hole injury of the mid-whorl corn, followed by infestation of larvae in the stalks in late June or July. Is the first brood of the European corn borer. Second brood is of the European corn borer larvae infest tassels, the ears, and the stalks in August and early September. In general, the first brood is more common in early planted corn, and the second brood is more common in late planted corn. Your options for European corn borer infestations are detected prior to stalk boring. You have chemical treatment that may be applied, or planting of the European corn borer resistant transgenic BT corn is a preventative option. So I want to talk about our insect resistant management, some BT refuges. This is a slide that's a little older. When we first started, we had a 20% crop area that had to be planted to that non-BT hybrid that limits that insecticide resistance. Now a lot of the corn will have it in a refuge in a bag. I think most of them are down to 5 and 10%. Then we have our black cutworm. Black cutworm will have a loss of stand prior to emergence or due to above ground cutting or below ground tunneling, that injury can indicate the presence of black cutworms. These are dark color larvae with minimal markings, ranging in size from a ½ inch to 2 inches in length. The incidence of black cutworm injury increases as tillage is reduced and when broadleaf weed pressure is abundant prior to planting. Your management options are reduced tillage or no tillage. Fields with substantial broadleaf weed infestations may warrant your preventative treatments. If a preventive treatment is not applied, rescue treatments may also be applied if severe infestations are detected early. Early tillage and good weed control, especially beginning with fall herbicide applications, will reduce the incidence of cutworm infestations. And also make sure seed treatments are not effective against black cutworm. And then armyworm. You'll notice armyworm in corn as planted in no tillage or in grassy cover crops, sod or hay. It is susceptible. Those places are susceptible to armyworms, which are striped larvae that feed on foliage during the pre-whorl and whorl stages. Infestations tend to occur more often during wet spring seasons. Significant armyworm infestations of no-tillage corn, following corn or soybeans is rare. Your management options are high-risk corn stands, which cannot be scouted may warrant the use of preventative treatments. Then your scouting and rescue treatment is preferred since armyworm is relatively easy to control if detected early. Good agronomic practices in weed control are also advised to control armyworm. Slugs. So slugs are soft-bodied animals. They are not insects. They range in color from pale cream to gray, shiny black. They range in size as adults from less than an inch to over 2 inches in length. They can damage seeds and seedlings, reducing seed stand and may defoliate established stands that may delay development. Slugs damage soybeans by destroying the germinating seed prior to emergence and cause significant defoliation. There are several bait formulations that are labeled for use on soybeans for slug control. And then we have our soybean aphid. He's a small and yellow aphid with distinct tailpipes or cornicles on the abdomen. The adult aphid is the size of a small potato leafhopper nymph. They're pretty small. Adults lay live young rather than eggs. So early in the season, the aphids will be found on the upper leaves, and as populations increase, they can be found on the upper stems and later on the lower leaves. The aphids will suck sap from the leaves in the plant and do not chew or defoliate the plant. There are several predators, including lady beetles, that help take care of soybean aphids. If the populations reach 250 aphids per plant and then the density is rising, then the use of an insecticide may be needed. Then we get our two-spotted spider mite. Drought conditions initiate during the spring may lead to the development of the two-spotted spider mite. They're very, very small. Those outbreaks by early or midsummer. The initial sign of infestations will be evident where drought stress is most severe. The two-spotted spider mites are generally more common along our field edges or along grass waterways. That yellow stripling on the upper side of the leaf is the first indication of mite injury, and that foliage discoloration, and the mites will be detected on the underside of the foliage. The use of a hand lens is advised to detect presence of adults in immature stages. Mite eggs appear as clear or yellow marbles under the magnifying glass. Recently hatched nymphs have 6 legs compared to later nymphs of adults, which have 8 legs. The treatment of the two-spotted spider mite may be applied by air or ground equipment. Aerial treatments require the use of a miticide with systemic activity, and the on-site of cool and wet weather conditions may also reduce the two-spotted spider mite. Our seed corn maggot, he's a soybean pest, actually. Sorry. So soybean emergence failures may occur due to feeding by small, yellowish, white, legless fly larvae or maggots on germinated seeds. The damage is likely to occur in fields having high organic matter, particularly those fields that have green material such as cover crops or weeds incorporated into the soil, and when the soil is cool and damp. No-till fields usually will not have seed corn maggot problems. Some of your management options are for seed corn maggot injury may be prevented by the use of seed treatments at planting. So then another set of our bugs are our defoliators. Most of our defoliators up till bloom can withstand up to 40% of defoliation. But then when we move to that bloom to that pod fill is our critical time. So when we're at flower, we don't need more than 15% defoliation and then 25% at pod fill. This is because soybeans can regenerate the canopy, so sometimes those insecticides are not often warranted. One of those defoliators is the beanleaf beetle. The beanleaf beetle extends from feeding over wintering adults on emergent seedlings to pod fill by the second generation adults in the fall. The life cycle of the beanleaf beetles includes 2 generations, with a peak of the first generation in July and the peak of the second generation in late August or September. Beanleaf beetle impact on soybeans tends to increase when most soybeans are planted early. You can have the timely applications of rescue treatments will reduce losses in yield and seed quality. Late plantings of soybeans will escape defoliation by overwintering beanleaf beetles and limit the establishment of the first generation. However, these may be more susceptible to late season feeding by the second generation and into pod feeding. To limit pod feeding and problems with the seed quality, earlier planting and maturity is suggested. We have our Mexican bean beetle. They are both bronze in the adult Mexican bean beetle, having 16 black spots in the spiny larvae stage, causing a skeletalized foliar injury of soybeans. The Mexican bean beetle infestations in Ohio occur primarily in the eastern and southern regions. Severe defoliation generally occurs late in the summer when the late instar larvae of the second generation reach peak activity. Some of your rescue treatments should be applied in a timely manner to prevent peak injury caused by late instar larvae. Treatments applied to pupating larvae achieved limited results. Another pest defoliator is a grasshopper. During hot summer, various species of grasshoppers may be abundant, especially along grassy borders of the fields. And then our Japanese beetle, another insect defoliator. He's metallic colored. Adult Japanese beetles emerge early in July and remain abundant through the summer. Japanese beetle adults tend to aggregate and are often more abundant in pockets in the field. Thus, random sampling of forage is important. We talked a little bit about defoliation. If defoliators are still present in that vegetative growth stage, we treat at 30% because at 40% is our threshold. And reproductive stages, we treat around at 20%. So a picture of what does that percent of defoliation look like? I'm talking about it's very easy to overestimate that. Here's our V stage, what that 30% defoliation looks like. And to me, it does look like a whole lot more than 30%. And then we have that R stage at that 20% of what that defoliation looks like on those leaves. Another thing we have to worry about is the Hessian fly-free date. So wheat should be sown after the fly-free date for that county. In Ohio, it's late October to early October, or late September to early October. Also reduces the risk of the diseases, barley yellow dwarf virus transmitted by aphids. Ohio State has a website for that map of those dates. You don't need to know those for your test, but it is out there for your knowledge. We also have effective insecticide and fungicide applications. Just know they often require more thorough coverage than herbicides. They may need to penetrate that canopy. One big one is soybean rust, is you have to cover the entire plant to get a good job to be done. We haven't really had a whole lot of issues with soybean rust here in Ohio, but then we also talked about you may need those higher pressures, smaller droplets. Timing is very important on insecticide and fungicide applications. And also we need to avoid those non-targets like the honeybees. And next up is our common crop field diseases. And to have a disease, we have to have the triangle. So we need to have a pathogen, a host plant, and an environment. So all three of those together, that's when we have our time for our disease. So, and to avoid that, we need to have disease-resistant varieties, do some kind of crop rotation, and then what kind of agronomic practices are we tilling or no tilling? And then those fungicides combat that fungi. So different types of those pathogens. Your fungi are your most common. You got bacteria and viruses and protozoa and nematoids. And what are we going to do about those field crop diseases? We're going to do some scouting. Important to know the pest and the level of injury. And IDing those must be timely, along with good agronomic practices to keep those plants healthy and know your field histories. So our first, we're going to talk about our stalk rots. So your most common diseases are your gibberella and anthracnose. We get gibberella when it's warm and wet in that June and July, and then followed by a dry August and September. That's kind of what we've seen this year. And anthracnose gets, you see that when we have rainy weather from seedling emergence to maturity. Your best management practices are resistant hybrids, crop rotation, balanced fertility, tilling those residues, and control insect pests. Oops, don't want to go that far yet. So your most important and common diseases of corn are that gibberella and anthracnose stalk rot. The gibberella ear rot is identified by a pink to reddish mold that usually begins at the tip of the ear. Gibberella stalk rot is identified as a pink discoloration of the pith tissues and weakened or lodged stalks. We talked about that time period. The time of attack is the average daily temperatures below 72 degrees Fahrenheit and frequent rain during the first 2 weeks after silking favors gibberella ear rot. And another is our northern corn leaf blight. We see that in those moderate temperatures between 64 and 81 degrees Fahrenheit with wet and humid weather. The cause of the green tissue is reduced photosynthesis, and may cause shriveled and lighter test weight grain. When damage is severe, we may see plants have stalk rot diseases. Yield loss relates to the time when the upper leaves of the plant become infected. We have that severe yield loss and occurs in the upper leaves. When those become infected at or soon after tasseling, if disease does not occur on these leaves until 6 to 8 weeks after tasseling, yield loss will be minimal. Some of those management tools are resistant hybrids are most effective, crop rotations, and tilling in the residual. Normally not a big fungicide, because if it comes in late, that's when we don't see those yield losses. But the big one on northern corn leaf blight, and you can see in the middle, we call them the big cigar lesions. Those are usually 1 to 6 inches long by a ½ inch wide. And then in diseases, we have the soybean cyst nematode, and you can see the white nodes there on the roots. It's the most common symptom of soybean cyst nematode is reduced yield with no above ground or plant symptoms. We have a yellowing and stunning of plants is generally only detected in fields with very high populations. Cyst nematode can be seen on roots in the field during the late July or August. Plants should be dug to keep roots intact, and then gently remove that soil to examine the root surfaces. Those cysts are about the size of a pinhead. They're lemon-shaped, white cyst. Later in the season, cysts turn brown and are difficult to see, and also difficult to notice between the nodules. Soil samples should be collected in the fall after harvest for disease management strategies. Soybean cyst nematodes become active as the soil warms, and young soybean plants produce root systems. The nematode is capable of several generations during the growing season. Some of your managements are crop rotation among crops, to be corn and wheat, rotating among sources of resistant varieties. There are many different varieties that are resistant to different cyst genes. There are also a link between soybean cyst nematode and sudden death syndrome in those soybeans. And then we also have Phytophthora root rot. The Phytophthora damping off is recognized as a pre or post emergence damping off. It affects soybean seedlings that will have brown or water soaked lesions on the hypocotyl. Phytophthora root rot is recognized on adult plants as severe root rot with a stem discolorization that may extend several nodes up stem. The problem in heavy clay soils throughout Ohio, especially in reduced tillage or no-till. The time of infection of those seedlings or damping off occurs when rainfall saturates the soil soon after planting. Saturated soils also favor root rot of adult plants later in the season. Some of your management options are resistant varieties, crop rotation, improved drainage, and high rates of fungicide seed treatments. And then talk a little bit about soybean rust. Those lesions appear on the leaves. They're small spots, turning tan to brown or reddish as the disease progresses. Lesions are usually confined to the veins or close to the veins and are very, very small, less than the size of a leaf hair. Those spores form on the underside of the leaf and can be abundant. Soybean rust causes premature defoliation, leading to yield loss, fewer seeds per pod, decreases the number of filled pods per plant, and early maturity. At later stages, the key diagnostic feature of soybean rust is the presence of egg-shaped pustules that are filled with cream to tan-colored spores. The time of rust is when we see extended periods of leaf wetness by temperatures of 59 to 82 degrees. Temperatures above 86 degrees retard the development of the disease, and spores are continually released as long as the moist, moderate temperatures are present. The pathogen is not spread by seed, so soybean plants are susceptible to rust at any stage, but disease severity depends on the development of stage of the plant at the time of the infection. Our management options are early detection and fungicide applications. And then another disease we have is head scab in wheat. It is identified as those dead or bleached out florets on the affected heads scattered throughout the field. Generally, only a portion of the florets die, whereas other florets on the head remain green. During periods of high humidity, the salmon pink colored spores form on the margin of the glooms of individual florets. Those seeds from affected heads are shriveled with a white to pinkish coloration. The time of attack is wheat plants are only acceptable during the flowering stage of the plant, so that late May to early June. Wet, warm weather during this time generally means high disease levels. So our management there are resistant hybrids, crop rotations, not planting wheat after corn, because that fungi is causing the head scab is the same as gibberella stalk rot in corn. And then we can also till that residue. Then we have our wheat leaf diseases. We have powdery mildew, which you can see it's got the white powdery look to on the leaves. We see that in that 60 to 80 degree with minimal moisture. We have the Stagnospora, which when it's warm at 68 to 80 degrees in those rainy periods, you can kind of see that it's got that brownish or to that yellow all the way along the leaf blade. And then our Septoria is in that early spring when it's cool at that 60 to 70 degrees and wet. And then I think that's it. Everything else is just I have are things that Denny and Mark have went through already. I'm just going to kind of jump through these slides just so if you see it again, you know it's probably going to be in your test. So some of those environmental concerns of drift and runoff, non-target pests such as the bees, how to reduce drift. So your wind speed, your low pressure, lower boom, you slow down, and nozzle selection, and then also your adjuvants. We talked about volatilization. Here's where you'll see some of your inversions. We talked about runoff. We talked about sprayer calibrations. The other one is remember your conversions. You'll have plenty of math questions on your test. So just the quick ones that you guys will want to know. And Denny's already gave you guys enough quizzes of how to figure out how much product you guys need to figure out your questions. But if you want to look at another one, there's another one. I think that's about all I got, Mark. You guys covered everything else. Are you there? Yep.
Yep. Just needed to turn my camera back on. Thank you, Matt. I just sent a message out in the chat box all of us, Denny, Matt, and myself would appreciate if you would give us some feedback on today's workshop. There is a link to what we call a triple ET, which stands for Evaluation of Effective Extension Teaching. So there's 9 questions to answer on each of us. If you take a minute to do that before you log off today. And what I'm going to do now is the last thing that we need to do is show you where you can schedule your test and some other important information that you might want to be aware of as you go about completing this process of taking your test and getting your private pesticide applicator license. Okay, so I'm going to switch to my screen, and on this screen here, hopefully you guys can see my screen now. And can you guys see the pesticide safety education program website? Okay, I see some heads
yes, we can.
nodding. Good. So this is a good place to know. So if you look at the address, it's pested, all one word, pested.osu.edu. And when you go there, you're going to notice there are some tabs. You're going to be concerned as a private applicator with the private tab. And one thing that that I always point out to people are the study materials. And maybe you already have access to study materials besides this webinar. At your extension office, you can purchase these books if they have them in stock, or you can go online and order them. So on this study materials, you'll see the different categories that we mentioned earlier. For example, the core, which everybody needs to be tested over. And that's applying pesticides safely and properly. And in the core, there are a couple books that you can purchase online or at your extension office. So if you click on the link here, we're going to show you the workbook. This is very important resource because it has sample test questions in it. And what I really like about this book, and it has examples of questions, the multiple choice questions. It has photos of the weeds that Matt talked about. And it will ask you questions, and then it will give you the correct answer and explain why it is the correct answer. So that's your study guide for the core workbook. It's $9.25 if you order it online. You might be able to get it cheaper if you go to your extension office, because we do buy them in bulk. And then here's category 1, which Matt just got done with, which is your grain and cereal crops. So in addition to everybody taking a test in the core area, you have to choose at least one other category that Denny explained earlier. And most farmers in Western Ohio and throughout the state will choose grain and cereal crops as that category. So there are different resources there. There is a workbook that you can get, just like the core. For some reason I jumped down here, and I'm going to click on it here so you can see it, what it looks like. And again, this is a very valuable resource. So if you're not going to buy any other things to study with, I would recommend that you get these 2 workbooks that will answer most of the questions. There are other resources too. There's more text for core. There's a textbook for that. And then the other categories, if you are going to test in the area of forage crops and livestock, there is a free PDF that you can click on. So it doesn't cost you anything. So you don't even have to purchase that book. And that will help you with category 2, for example. Um, and then 3 is fruit and vegetable crops. There's resources for that, as well as 4, your nursery and forage crops. And 5 are your greenhouse crops. And 6 is fumigation. 7 is specialty uses, which there's no specific testing for that category anymore. But there's plenty of resources online that you can purchase, or again, go to your extension office to get these materials. The other thing I wanted to point out, a couple things on this website. If you do plan to spray dicamba, it is required that you attend a manufacturer specific training. So this is for anybody who is mixing or spraying dicamba, and this includes all the different dicamba products. Um, the Ingenia, I believe, has a series of webinars that they hold every week. They're an hour and a half long, that you have to have proof that you sat in on one of those webinars. Or if you don't want to do that, there, I think, Tavium or Extendamax, one of them, there has a self-paced web module that you can do on your own at your own speed. It doesn't matter which dicamba product you use. Any of the trainings are good in Ohio to take care of that requirement. So that will take care of your dicamba specific training. That again is provided by the manufacturer. We give you the link. The other thing I wanted to point out, just as there is a specific training for dicamba, if you use paraquat or gramoxone, they now require an individual training for that as well. And that the information for getting that training is online. Again, it's a training module that you can participate in. We spent a lot of time today going over a lot of the information that you need to know to take your test. So you're probably wondering, how do I register to take that test? And I know I was talking to Denny earlier here in the last day or so, and he's looking at possibly setting up some test sites in Mercer County. Is that right, Denny?
That's correct, Mark. I've got to wait for the exemption to be approved, but looking in February, March, and April of having it's pretty sure it'll happen, test sites here in Mercer County. So if you want to make a trip here instead, those will be put on the website there under the testing once that exemption is approved.
And if
Probably give that at least a week here yet, maybe 2 before that shows up.
And if you're not familiar with Mercer County, that would be Salina.
Correct.
Okay. Other areas of the state, if you go here under testing and exam registration, you can register for the test a couple different ways. You can call ODA directly at this number, not that number, the 614-728-6987 and schedule a test. Unfortunately, with COVID going on, they have really limited the number of tests that are available. Here you can see them, what's scheduled online. In a normal year, they will have a lot more trainings available. I know in my area, OSU Lima serves as a testing site, but this year with the COVID going on, they are not doing any tests currently. But you can see there, all the tests up through about March are already full. And part of that is because they're only testing 9 people at a time. Until you get to early March, and then you'll see there's some testing sites start to open up in Trumbull County, as well as Licking County, as we get further down the list. So Licking County is the headquarters of ODA, right there in Reynoldsburg, east of Columbus. So that might be convenient for some people. So you can go online. What I would recommend doing is schedule a test now. And that way, at least you have a spot reserved. And then when you're ready, go in and take your test. If you're not ready, you could cancel your spot, but just make sure you do cancel it to free it up for someone else, because these spots are few and far between and they will fill up fast. So hopefully there'll be more offered as we get into the springtime. So I just wanted to point those out to you. Um, and with that, I'll turn it back over to Matt and Denny to see if they have any closing comments.
Just comment that if you're preparing for this test, you think what we've presented here is enough, you'll have a rude awakening, because it is a little more difficult than you think. And you do need to study for it and prepare for it. It's not going to just happen with the tests. So the study materials that Mark referred to, excellent materials to get.
Yep, I always tell my guys to practice reading labels, defining that stuff, finding a quick way to look through those headings to figure out what they're asking. And then also, if you go back and watch this again, Denny's, I forget what the herbicide was called, but the one with the 4EC, where you got to take it from liquid to active ingredients. There's like it's like a 4 or 5 step process. That one's on there. I know it is. I've taken the test as a commercial and a private applicator, so I know they're on there.
Okay, and the other thing I wanted to mention too, if you need your fertilizer certification, there is now a fertilizer certification test that you can take if you're unable to attend one of the 3-hour trainings. I know that there are a couple 3-hour trainings that are available in Northwest Ohio, one being in Allen County, which is over by Lima. I see is in, I think, March 3rd. So there's 2 routes there. If you need fertilizer, you can attend a 3-hour class, fill out a form, and get your fertilizer certification that way. Or you can study the fertilizer manual, which is at this site, pested.osu.edu, and then go take the test when you do your pesticide testing, if you so desire. But that is the same as the pesticide, is that once you have your certification, it's good for 3 years. And then after that, you have to attend a recertification update to maintain your license. So do we have any questions? I guess I should ask that before we sign off. We do appreciate everyone spending the time with us today. We know this is a very long workshop, and it's a lot of material to digest. And if anybody has any questions, you can put them in the chat box.
Mark, there was one that, how do they rewatch the recorded broadcast?
Okay, good question. What I intend to do is I have recorded this presentation, and so it's recording to the cloud as we speak. That will be processed along with a script that goes with it. Once that recording is done, I will send an email out to everybody who registered for today's training, and that will provide a link that you can go back and watch the recording. So I know there were several people also that signed up and said that they couldn't attend from 12:30 to 4:30 today, but would like to see the recording. So that's how we'll do that. So it'll arrive in your email. Yep.
One thing, some of the people I think maybe missed that at the beginning. If you could type into the chat, if you haven't done that already, which county you're from. Those of you that are listening out there, that would really help us out. So if you haven't done that yet, you put that in there, that would be great.
Okay. Got a couple more coming in. Are there any other questions? Again, if you take the time to fill out that evaluation that I put in the chat box, click on that link. We would appreciate that. That will be live, or you can fill that out through February 4th. But you want to click on the link now because otherwise it'll go away unless you wait for the recording. Okay. I don't see any other questions. Do you guys?
No, I don't. You can probably stop recording here now, Mark.
Okay, thanks for reminding me.
Giving it time to see if any do show up. And,
Stop recording.